of them. No more saying the wrong things. A wooden cross and a wedding ring. I'll let my heart do the talking from now on. Only God can hear my thoughts. Come down and let me see your face. In the mountains where I catch your trace. All alone, and I'm not alone. The weatherman goes home. Volunteers pack their cars and go. All alone, and I am not alone. And I'm up the mountain and look at the sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever wanted before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. I don't wanna be so bold to think I could think so bold. Don't watch my big ego and beat it until the fold. Put it in my back pocket and burn it before your throne. Let me move without it cluttering my cold. Act like the desert and let the wind shape you. You're not the main character, you're just your point of view. Let not the tyranny of vanity keep you from God. Head on up the mountain and look at the sky. It is cloudy and gray and clear blue at the same time. All that you ever saw before was a small part. Open up my eyes, oh Lord, open my heart. Heading on up and heading back down again. Tell me, Lord, will I ever truly ascend? Stings when I get too close sometimes, and I don't know if I'll ever be good enough to come home.
Hard stop. Yeah, I'm wearing my Eagle hat. What are you going to say about it? Nothing. You got nothing today. Yesterday was really fun. Thanks for hanging out with me all night. For those of you who had your own rye, shout out to you as well. That was absurd. That was insane. That was the biggest beatdown I've ever seen. That guy, I don't even know, man. Yeah, I mean, there were so many bullets bitten. I don't even know where to begin. I'm glad I reviewed it live, though. The clips for that are just going to be just embarrassing, man. It's terrible. Lord have mercy. Pray for that guy, Jonathan. Not a Pastor John. Now he's like trying to post anything he could turn into a win on. And everyone's just like, dude, you literally said the Bible was eternal. Eternally uncreated. Okay? You're a muzzy. Go to the most recently released The Odyssey trailer and skip to 35 sneaky snakes spinning tails. I'll check it out. I can't randomly preview things, especially previews, because if a gun shows up, my stream goes down. Jortlandian taxes paid. Thank you so much. My ears were not worthy. That music was Hello Listeners. Got a new album called Normaler, which I think is a sequel to Somewhat Normal. I forget. Anyway, so that was wild. So today I'm just kind of hanging out. I did see a video of this one dude talking about making stuff up and faith and whatnot. We're going to be planning another. We have Heel Tony this week, Friday at Ortho Thugs, followed by the following week, probably another Scud. So we'll continue to do Scud debates. I am going to do a proper debate that's not Scud soon with Gnostic Informant, because he wants to debate and affirm that Muslims and Christians worship the same God. Yes, that debate is still happening, to our surprise. And so I'm going to try to pair him up. I just texted Alex Soren. I think Alex would be a good matchup for that. So see if we can get that scheduled, and I'll do a proper serious debate right here on my channel as well. Have I looked into bacteriophages as another example against evolution? I'll check it out. What I find there, GIF, is that any granular look at evolution makes it even more impossible. So, favorite band? I don't really have a favorite band. I like Doc Watson. He's not a band, though, really. Doc Watson. Something about him. Maybe it's because he's blind and he's just a hillbilly and he lived a simple life. I had this image. I had this story that I couldn't tell was like a movie. It kind of was a movie, but I kind of pictured it first as a graphic novel. For those of you who don't know, Doc Watson, he was a folky sort of singer. Does a lot of different songs. Really good finger picking, like Travis Pickens style. But he's blind. And I had this movie idea that's based on him. And he has a son that actually toured with him. And the idea was like, he's on tour, but each place that he goes to, there are these demonic forces. And they want to shut down his music because he's doing like a revamp of like old chants that he found, old chants and old, like psalms and different ancient Christian texts that he turns into music. And the demons of each place want to shut him down. And so it's sort of like a tour to fight against evil with him and his son. But it's actually action-packed and violent. So there's all these forces that try to stop them from like actually performing. And for each city, it just gets increasingly crazy, the fight. So it starts with one city where it's just like, what the heck just happened? There was like this weird bar fight that broke out, and it turned into this big battle that ended in like bloodshed and everything broken. And they're just like, well, we got to continue. And then it just gets crazier and crazier. And so that's like, but I mean, you need like licensed Doc Watson's life, basically. What do you call a bluegill that steals your bait? A base turd. Nice. I don't know which one was worse, Brian versus Rachel or Jay versus John. They both were epic wins for Jay and Rachel. Well, yeah, they were embarrassing for the opponents for different reasons. I would actually have to put yesterday's debate insofar as embarrassment and just self-refuting. I mean, just so... the guy, dude, like the things he said last night, I was just blown away. The things he said. Just crazy. Just crazy talk. Crazy talk. Similar to Scott Pilgrim, but less gay. Yeah, kind of. And what's cool is he's blind. So, like, he has to battle and fight with his son who's not blind. and he still has to fight and do stuff. And it's like, it's like totally supernatural. Brian embarrassed himself way more because of his red herrings. You think? I mean, I don't know. Brian, the way Brian is more embarrassing than the way Jonathan was. Jonathan was just sort of ignorant and committed to his own self-refuting contradictions. He was like calm about his incoherence. Brian is like a feisty little. He's like a leprechaun who found a pile of Adderall. The guy said Jay's Bible was eternal. Cool for Jay. Yeah, cool for Jay. Yeah. It's horrifying. But it kind of just vindicates orthodoxy. That was the best advertisement for tradition and church history that I've ever seen. So, in a way, good job, Jonathan. Good job. He didn't know what was going on half the time. Yeah, he didn't register any of the problems. He said Scripture is eternally with Christ, and then he said Scripture is fallible, and then he said the apostles are fallible, and then he appealed to Jerome, even though Jay said he eventually submitted to the church. I mean, it was a mess. I told Jay, really, it was a debate between Jay and his own patients. That was the real debate. Anthony Wolf, Hegelian. I'll check it out. It sounds super technical. If it's super philosophically dense, I don't want to bore my audience. He didn't defend EO. He just trashed the pastor. No, he didn't just do that, dude. You're such a liar. Now, I'll grant you, EO didn't have a chance to be under the chopping block, but that wasn't a problem for Jay if he went into it. That's not what happened. Yes, he called him an idiot a couple times, but he didn't call him an idiot in place of a counter alchemist. You guys are coping so bad. Do you really think that was a good showing? This is why you guys you hate each other. You guys hate each other like atheists do. Do you really think that was a good showing? Do you really think that? Do you really believe that? I mean, the cope is just crazy. I mean, that's what you have to do. It's like anything but EO. It's like the worst showing ever. The worst. The dude said the Bible's uncreated, dude. He created a fourth person. He started polytheism. And you're like, yeah, but Jay called him an idiot once. He is an idiot. He's not a debater. He's a pastor. No, he's neither. What are you talking about? He's neither a debater and neither a pastor. That's such a cope. Why is he debating then? He's not a debater. He just debates people. Come on, man. This is absurd. The kind of like elasticity that you guys give each other insofar as poor defense. You're just like, yeah, no, I'm going to make an excuse of why the view he was trying to argue was so rotten to the core. It was so rotten. So bad. I mean, so many aspects of it. I mean, I'm trying to remember some of them. Uncreated Bible, right? But fallible. He literally said Paul is wrong. He couldn't answer what was the authority in the 1st and 2nd and 3rd century. He couldn't point to anybody that holds his view. He appealed to an ambiguous, nebulous church throughout time. He both affirmed the Orthodox Church in history, but then denies it now. I mean, it's a joke, dude. It's not. You just the coping is insane. Like what you guys have to do in your brains to make this work. You're 8/10 of a moderator. Did you get it? Did you get the gig, Justin? I'm not coping. You're coping. You're making excuses for a terrible showing. Jay could have called him an idiot 50 times. I think Jay Dyer makes EO look bad. That's irrelevant to the debate, dude. See what I'm saying, man? This is a cope. The debate isn't whether or not you think Jay Dyer makes EO look bad. The question is whether or not that debate was an absolute slaughter, and it was absolute slaughter. Worst I've ever seen. In all of the topics, in every topic of debate that I've ever seen. That was the worst. That was the worst massacre I've ever seen. Ever. Again, showing they don't understand an internal critique. Didn't defend EO while he demolished one heresy after the other. Yeah, that's the thing, is those things go hand in hand. From what view do you demolish these heresies? Well, from the EO position. He got wrecked, dude. It's no, there's you should be like, yeah, he got wrecked. You should be like, yeah, I don't really like Jay. I don't really think he's a good look for Earth. Like, whatever you say, fine. You can't say that guy didn't get completely demolished at all. Like, there's no way. He didn't get a single win. Nitty says, if Pastor John would have pivoted to Unitarian position, he could try to get away with the word being like Philo's emanation. Yeah, well, he's not, though. Yeah. But that would just be like him changing his entire religion on the fly. But yeah, he couldn't distinguish word, capital word, Christ, before creation, becomes man, becomes flesh, lives among us. He couldn't distinguish that and scripture like a Muslim. A Muslim actually also holds an uncreated Quran. The irony is that the firmness and cutting honesty is what made EO appealing to me. I'm so bored of their mean stuff. Yeah, it's getting real old. Right. Yeah, well, yeah, if he converted, Nitty, on the fly, he converts. He's like, he texts Metaphysics Mike, and he's like, I'm a Unitarian now. He also had a problem with the Apocrypha, the continuity of who he's appealing to in the early church to give him the 66 books, which is... his reasoning was so bad. He was saying, Jay, you affirm the 66 books. What if you chose 13 books? And you said, Jay, do you affirm the 13 books? He'd say, yeah. That's not an argument for which full set of books you affirm. You just affirm those things. You know, I mean, he couldn't think. The guy couldn't think. He couldn't actually think on the fly. And there were so many moments there. Like, if Jay gets a good clip guy, there were so many moments where the guy was just, like a really bad. Now, I know that's like, could be a cheap shot sometimes, but optically, that happens so many times. Jay asked him a direct question. The dude was like, Jay admitted he was a bit more mean. Well, he lost his patience a couple times, but, you know, understandably. You know, he was, I mean, the things coming out of that dude's mouth was insane. Shelley is such a great guy. He has a church. He doesn't have a church. He doesn't have a church. He has an event center where he talks incoherently to a bunch of people and misleads them. Okay? Stop. How are you not getting this? He has a church, but he worships the Bible. How could you say that? He has a church, but he holds the Bible itself as a divine object. That's like that's eternally uncreated and divine. Stop. Repent. Are you a fundamentally stupid person? Are you a fundamentally stupid person? I was laughing when he couldn't name one 1st and 3rd century support. Well, he can't He can't, though. So, I mean, to be fair, he can't. But he didn't even try to come up with some workaround. Like a Unitarian, if I asked him the same question, he might say the Arians or something, which isn't really fully compatible, but at least it's throwing a dart at the board, right? This guy was not prepared. Maybe he heard of Jay. Maybe he heard of him. And he was like, yeah, well, he's like an ortho bro. He'll probably say something like that. That's it. Holy moly, dude.
That is a
Dude.
big super chat.
Dude. DPG thank you so much. I had something to say, but I forgot. I leave it to your wisdom, kind sir, to express what we all know to be the truth. W. Stream Brother, see you at DebateCon. I can't because I'm doing an intensive iconography class, sir. I wish I could see you guys. It looks like a really good matchup. In addition, if I was debating, that would have made it even better. But I can't make it. It looks like DebateCon and Modern Day Debate will increase their performance and their value over time. So I'll look forward to trying to make the next one. But I'm very excited to be a part of an iconography class. And I have to take off an entire week for that, I think, streaming. I might do evening streams, but I think it's going to be pretty intense sitting for 6-7 hours writing icons in a group with people. But thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. Massive donation. I really appreciate that. I'll make the next one, I think. But, I might just dive fully into iconography and you'll never hear from me again either. That could happen as well. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. That's a big thing for me. That's like you don't just like, I know Justin here in the chat, not half black Justin, the other one. He's an iconographer, and, you really have to have your church life and your spiritual life pretty pristine. It's not just like a technical artist who's just doing something. There's a whole thing to it. And I think I'm pretty early in my development spiritually. I'm still like technically a baby Orthodox. So, but I'm drawn to it. I'll tell you that much. I have a slight calling toward it. So, but one step at a time. Shelley is a terrible person who defended Pastor Steve Anderson abuse of his kids. He cusses during church. He damns people. I've never seen his talk. I've seen one or two of his debates, but definitely not a good. He's just got bad theology. He's misleading. So is the other dude, Steven Anderson. All those guys, they're just maniacal, rogue, non-pastors. Looking forward to an epic stream today, as I'll be outside all day smoking half a dozen chickens for a massive batch. Nice. For my great-grandmother's chicken spaghetti for a bishop's visit. Nice. Chicken spaghetti sounds good. Goodbye, chickens. So long, chickens. Sorry. Speaking of veganism, maybe I'll check. Maybe I'll look at that. I don't know if I can. I don't even know if I can listen or look at a vegan right now. My family and I grew up in Baptist. I gotta say, as someone who just went to Sunday school, this guy had to be a Nepo pastor who never was challenged. Well, that's the thing. I thought about it, and I know I'm doing a little speculation here. I know I'm doing a little bit of psychological reporting. But when I imagine that guy, Jonathan's life, and his weekly life, and his weekend routine, and he has a church, and he does his thing, and then people talk. Like, he's the center of his own life right now. He's the center. He's not submissive to anything. There's nothing he submits to. And when you give a man that, it can go very wrong. You could end up doubling down on really bad takes if you're rewarded for it, and it's not a great thing to see. It's depressing. I'm depressed by it. I loved when he appealed to the churches in the epistles. He does he not know those churches are still around today? They're called Orthodox, I know. He didn't know what to appeal to, though. He didn't know what to do. Remember, everyone in ancient Rome could read. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy take. The dude was like, "Yo, no, what do you mean and no one could read?" It was like 5%, right? It would be the more of the elite upper echelon of the society that could read. And that's another defeater to Sola Scriptura, is that you need an interpreter, you need an interpretive authority, and the majority of Christians who are practicing go to liturgy. They experience Scripture through praxis. They don't sit around reading it. Never. I still blame Gutenberg. Terrible. Terrible job, guys. You know, Gutenberg and your whole family, your whole lineage, you should be ashamed. You should be ridiculed. Pretty sure that Rome exists and it isn't EO. Rome is a place. When you look at the 5 churches, this 5 locations of the churches historically, they were Orthodox, which is why when Catholics say Rome took on the leading role, Rome actually left the other 4, and the other 4 remained Orthodox. Rome left and took on what would then become the papacy, and the other 4 didn't. They remained completely the same, and still. So, books are traditional, bro. Well, yeah, Scripture and tradition can't be separated. Can't bam. Recommend any books, videos, articles for philosophy? I don't really study philosophy. Any philosophical nerd could listen to me and know that right off the bat. So I'm very novice in that realm. But like I said, that gives me sort of a advantage because I don't get really caught up in technicalities. I just look at the pillars that people hold and I try to chew them out. So I can't actually. Right, but Constantinople, it doesn't matter what the place is called or whatever you're referring to. The question is here, Kurt, the question is this from our perspective, not yours. If someone affirms Christianity, you have to pretend you're affirming Christianity, Kurt, for a second. Try to affirm Christianity in some way. It's not about whether names or types of cities were built up over time. The question is, from Christ, from Pentecost, what is the continuation of his church? Can it be traced? That's the question. The question isn't, did this city exist? Did that city exist? What existed? What didn't? The question is there a continuation of the praxis of Christianity? That's the question. You know what I'm saying? If there was there's how many parishes where I am, right? Orthodoxy found its way to where I am. You can't be like, well, Colorado didn't even exist in the 3rd century. That's not a good counter to anything. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking, Justin. It's like almost like they're trying to pretend that what we're arguing is that that Christianity doesn't grow, that it doesn't spread terrestrially, that if it's true, it has to be true and it's present, ever present everywhere or something. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't get his point though. I'm more like a honey badger. Yeah, I am like that. Yeah, I'm like a little, I'm just chewing away and I don't care. Bomba clot, Wally Wally. I'm dropping gold over here. Is that the real toilet bowl Earth? There's always dude, there's so many people who used your name, I think. So I never know. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, what is your point, Alan? What's going on, Kurt? Kurt, what is your point, Kurt? Alan has a point, usually just ankle bites. Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking. I try to understand. I try. I actually try. Wait, what are they? What does he mean? It's all folklore, and you're arguing whose great-great-great-granddad participated in the epic myth. That's just question begging on your part. Should I get facial surgery so I can attract women? No, because you're going to have children, and then if you're currently ugly and your children come out ugly, then your wife will feel cheated because you mangled your face, and you're basically a trans face. So don't be a trans face. You know, same goes for the people with, I don't know, large features on their face.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
I think it's completely deceptive, maybe even more so than the troon. You know, some drunk dude talking up what he thinks is a lady is eventually going to find out it's not a lady. However, if you reconstruct your nose to have a little bitty bump nose, and you're all cute, and the dude's like, I want to marry you, and then that baby comes out, and it looks like a can opener, you got some splaining to do. That's wrong. That's deceptive. That's a lie. You're concealing something. Not fair. That's not fair. Now, maybe just start with hitting your cheeks with a hammer. I mean, that's not reconstructive surgery. So you maybe do that. Maybe start small. Shit. Yeah, this is the best chat. It's a Thunderdome chat. That's right. That's what I bring. Still watching the debate last night. It's brutal, yeah. Yeah, it was brutal. It was a good test for Jay, though, because, like, if he was on a stream, he would have booted the guy already and moved on. So it was good for Jay to work that muscle. Stay in it. It's horrifyingly low tier. Stay in it. You're good. Don't worry. All behavior is tradition. Wow, that's deep, and I'm 11. I agree with you, Cam Bam. Don't kiss the wall, kiss a hammer. Kiss the hammer. Most of the churches don't exist, and some aren't, EO. Which churches? Do you understand, Kurt, the argument that we're making is that what you're calling churches aren't churches? You're like, yeah, but a lot of churches use the word churches that exist. Don't you see all the churches that use the word church? Do you understand what's happening? Do you understand? We still don't know your argument, Kurt. We're trying to figure it out. I can't figure it out. Tradition is only the behavior you pass down. Yeah. Yeah, that's why no one escapes tradition. It's impossible. Oh, that's a tradition. Oh, so what are you going to teach your kids? I'm not going to teach them anything. They're going to get the divine voice. That was wild, huh? The divine voice. Where did that come from? Literally, it's like Mormon. Do I watch them? Not really. They're super Zionist over there. So, pretty insufferable to listen to, honestly. They're good at arguing against Islam, so I appreciate them for that. And they're energetic. They can keep people focused, which I think is good. But ultimately, they have, especially David, he has a really broken theology. The church is your fourth person of the Trinity? No, that doesn't follow. You need an argument for that. That's just an assertion. This is such an easy point to make. Well, you forgot the point part, Alan. You forgot the part with the point in it. This is such an easy point to make. What's your point? The point that I'm making is an easy point to make. Didn't you see the point? No, I don't see the point. Can you put it in a basic form, please? So we're not like cryptically trying to decode you. I only watch Ruslan. Yeah. That's pretty much that's like my Saturday morning cartoons, Ruslan. Fourth person of the Trinity. Yeah, it's not good rhetoric. At least be a quadrinity. Quadrinity. No, JB, I wrote the point out, but ignored it once again. I didn't ignore it, dude. I have a big chat. I wouldn't ignore it if it was in super chat form, you cheapo. You little scab. You're like a leech. You're like one of the leeches in Lean on Me or whatever it's called. I'm supposed to chase down all your broken points? See, I don't know where it is. What do you expect from me? You ignored it. It's like, shut up. Yeah, imagine looking at this chat right now, right? And accusing me of ignoring every chat that I didn't read. Unbelievable. You need a dead leg. You know what I mean? You didn't have brothers, obviously. You had no brothers. Agoligatini.
Koret kliklingsham from Hakri helium about dear crucifilio bacavratanga and Nelio to the general brother Gligri.
Just as accusing Shelley of worshiping his Bible, I hear more talk about your church. Talking about church isn't the same as worshiping the church. What are you talking about, dude? You're wrecking your own view. What are you even saying? So if someone talks about something a lot, they hold it as eternally uncreated. I talk about music a lot, so I must hold that music is like, what are you talking about, dude? It's amazing. A Protestant does horrible in a debate, and this is what happens. This is how they cope after. You watch a Christian anti-Darwinist. Is that a ex Quafonte? It's a terrible name. I'll look at it. Ex Quafonte. Ex Quafonte. Ex Quafonte. Vagine.
It was like curry theology. It goes right through you with no substance.
On Christian anti-Darwinism. Okay. That could be good. I have it up. I'll just wait a little. I'm still hanging out with you guys. You can't complain that I don't make points and then admit you don't look for points. What? I'm not looking, dude. If I see your point, I see your point. If you don't tag me in it, I don't probably see it. And, there's a big chat, man. But don't accuse me of ignoring it if I didn't see it. What the hell, man? Atheist was an insult to early Christians. Why does it mean no belief now? Wait, atheist was an insult to early Christians. Why does it mean no belief now? I don't know. I don't believe atheism means no belief. Hello, Dark Meta official. I didn't check their chat, but they probably just hate Jay. But actually, the vote was like 80% or more or something. So I'm not sure. Whoa, that's a big super chat. Yeah, shout out to that massive super chat I got. Thank you so much. Jim Bob was interacting with some random Mormon under one of your tweets the other night. I think they're purposely stupid. I know it's. I don't think it's. Well, I mean, it's easier to say people are stupid than to say that they're actually under some sort of spiritual delusion. Because if you can't combat them with logic and reasoning and they don't care, they just don't care, then it's a spiritual issue. And then how do you solve a spiritual issue? I mean, you can't, there's no patching it up. There's no, you can't upload what you think you know to them. You have to invite them to liturgy. And then, I don't know. You have to make like long-term friendships and connections with people over time. And it could take a year for them to finally walk in the door. That's kind of how I see it. Me and my fiance have a meeting with a priest today. Nice. Hopefully we'll be getting our baptism date. Beautiful, Tanner. It's awesome to hear. It's great. I said something important and profound in the chat yesterday. Unless you respond appropriately, I'll know you read it and are purposely ignoring it and are scared of it. What other explanation can there be? Yeah. Darwin's so creepy looking, don't you think? All right. Let's look at this. Let's take a look. Christian anti-Darwinism.
Christian resistance to Darwinism is motivated by several key factors. 1. Fear of moral subjectivism.
Oh man, he's already off to a fallacious start. Already off to complete fallacy. Just immediately doing a psychological report and assuming intent. Amazing.
Theory of evolution by natural selection describes how biological forms change over time.
And notice it doesn't describe it at all. When I say, can you describe how random mutation and the other three components of evolution, mechanisms for evolution, produce a vestibular system, sir?
Heritable variations that improve survival and reproduction in a given environment tend to spread, so trait frequencies shift across generations.
I still see a finch.
Darwinism is commonly perceived by Christians as corrosive to moral order because...
No, not just moral order. Truth itself denies the universals and the categories that you think exist. You deny them at the same time.
It offers a naturalistic account of man, explaining conscience and moral intuition as evolved psychology, and appearing to undermine teleology by replacing intrinsic ends with blind selection and contingent function. Where Christianity sees moral law as obedience to divine will or conformity to an objective telic order, Darwinism is heard as saying there is no lawgiver and there is no built-in telos, only forms that proved adaptive. 2.
See what I'm saying? That's a contradiction. Adaptive means direction. What does it mean to adapt? What, accidentally adapt?
Association with secular elitism. Darwinism is associated with secular academia and a culturally dominant elite, often dismissive, condescending, or outright hostile toward traditional religions, especially Christianity.
Evolution is descriptive. Thank you for admitting it. It's a story. If it was explanatory, then it wouldn't be in the category of a story. It describes something that you can't explain. Yeah, you could describe, hey, a pack of cetus became a whale in 15 million years. That's a description, right? Okay, cool. Can you explain it? No. Nope.
High-profile intellectuals like Yuval Noah Harari invoke Darwin to justify their degeneracy, reinforcing this negative association and provoking a disgust response. 3. Loss aversion and sunken cost. For some Christians, anti-Darwinism is a core part of their identity. From an early age, they may...
That's not even true.
This is some primordial curry gully giddy.
Christ is risen. Thank you so much. Hey, Jim Bob, did Saint Seraphim Rose have an impact on your conversion to orthodoxy? Minimally. Minimally. I did read his book Nihilism, but I wouldn't say that that little mini book that I read that he wrote was like an essential piece. The thing that converted me to orthodoxy was divine liturgy.
have been taught a literal historical interpretation of Genesis, and in some Christian institutions, rejection of evolution is treated as a litmus test of orthodoxy. Within these environments, accepting evolution is not merely an intellectual shift, but a betrayal of one's community, past, and faith. For many, the sunken costs and fear of rejection make revival.
See, this is already bad faith. Christianity was practiced well before Darwin showed up, and even before the influence of Hinduism, which, let's face it, evolution is just Hinduism for atheists. It existed well before that. So no, it can't. He said, "Oh, Christians are defined by the opposition to Darwin." No. The Christian identity and praxis existed well before the Royal Society decided to come up with an idea to justify their own racism.
Revising their worldview prohibitively costly. 4. Perceived narrative displacement. Christianity's narrative arc supplies an origin, divine creation, a diagnosis.
All postulates of science are descriptions as well. They don't attempt to explain observation. No, that's false. Proper science in nature, natural science, through the scientific method, does try to explain the observations of the phenomenon. What are you talking about? You literally just denied the foundation of the scientific method. They don't attempt to explain. So when you say random mutation, built a vestibular system from random mutation, you're not trying to explain how a vestibular system came to be? Come on, man. It's too easy. You guys are bankrupt. You're scientifically bankrupt. You're philosophically bankrupt. You don't have a leg to stand on, even if you tried to evolve one.
The fall from originary grace, a remedy, Christ's redemption, and an endpoint, eternal salvation. This places events in a story, connects conduct to consequences, and situates human suffering within a promised resolution. Darwinian evolution, on the other hand, is a meta-process, variation, selection, retention, describing how forms persist or disappear across time.
Racism is learned, not innate. There might be some truth to that. I think there's an aspect to natural aversion to others who don't look like you. I think that's kind of it might be built in. Now, how can you separate learned if learned includes not propositions, but just your own experience? Now, if you just say learned is experience, not like spoken to learned, like a teacher telling you, if it's just experience, I agree. But I think there's something deeper that has people naturally averse to people who don't look like them, dress like them, act like them, eat like them. I think that's an effect of their experience, but I wouldn't say it's taught like a teacher is teaching it. You will now be disgusted by Indians eating with their sloppy little hands. Like that, I don't think that's taught.
It does not, by itself, provide a narrative or an end state of history. And because Darwinism is sometimes framed as the real story underlying all stories, the felt effect is narrative displacement and loss of an interpretive center, making the world feel mechanically intelligible yet meaningless. 5. Misunderstanding of the theory. Some resistance to Darwinism.
The theory. This is funny.
Arises from a misconception of the theory, especially the idea.
What?
that, according to evolution, everything is random. It is also commonly assumed that Darwinian evolution necessarily entails crude materialism and/or atheism. 6. Fear of consequences for the social order. Some do not fear Darwinism as a biological theory so much as they fear what people do with it in politics. They worry that evolutionary language will be used to justify a crude social Darwinism, judging persons by a proxy like economic output, or a primitive eugenics that myopically maximizes a single trait, such as intelligence, as though fitness.
It's not about fear. It's called an entailment. This is why this guy's such a little maggot pig snake. Is he's doing a psychological report on, oh, we're afraid. No, it's not about being fearful. If you're Christian, you're really not fearful of anything but God. In the end, it's an entailment. We're just saying the entailment. The entailment is you can do eugenics. The entailment is winner wins. Right? That's the entailment. The entailment is let's sift out anything we don't prefer insofar as traits. People do that already with like babies. So it's a fear. No, it's pointing out the entailment. Tell us why it would be wrong. Oh, tell us why. Look, this is one of the debates I want to do on Scud. Evolution is racist. The entailment of it is it's totally like just. Why not? What do you mean? I don't understand. There's an invasive species. We see invasive species. And you look at another organism or group and say, hey, did they develop a way to defeat an invasive or eradicate an invasive species? Well, wow, that must have been selected for. Why wouldn't any view socially, any view of a collection of a society, if they enacted their view and it resulted in the annihilation of another society, how could that not be selected for? Random mutation is a parsimonious shorthand for I don't know, I agree, but saying that all processes are rational or logical is not supported by current experience. What do you mean? A process itself, what do you mean a process? How could a process not be logical? How could a process itself not be logical? What do you mean? What are you talking about? How can an experiment not be logical then? You're admitting that you have experiments that you say are not logical? Oh, cool. Why would we trust your conclusion then?
Were reducible to that variable. Generally, they fear that
collab with Sig. Sig's a Latinizer, so no.
To acknowledge
much love to him, but he's a Latinizer.
Uncomfortable realities, like human inequality, would be to legitimize ideas they take to be dangerous, like might makes right, and thereby destabilize the social order.
Nope, not even might makes right, dude. Might just is. See? This guy's such a sneak.
7. Displacement of human specialness. Christianity teaches that human dignity derives from being made in the image of God, essentially distinct from the other animals.
Yeah, and you guys have to make that claim too, that there's a peculiar status of human beings that you assume in everything you do, even in this video, that is peculiar to humans and not to all of the other animals. So what is it? Well, they can't tell you because we are animals, right? Let's look at the baseline assumption from evolution. There really is no categorical difference between humans and anything else. In fact, it would behoove them to lie to themselves and take on the image bearer status phenomenon without even really believing it. Did I use the behoove in the right way? I'm convinced evolution is propped up entirely by technocrats because it's necessary for them to push their horrible cyborg future, yeah. Transhumanism, yep. Justifies their own belief that they are innately superior. Yeah, it's quite the capture, right? They really captured the minds, and it doesn't help that we basically gave away our education system to a philosophical paradigm. That's what it is. The philosophical paradigm is relativism, nominalism. We gave our schools, We gave everything away to that. We were just like, oh yeah, you guys, you should take over. I don't want to impose my religious beliefs on you guys. That would be anti-constitutional. That would really piss Ben Shapiro off. No, you guys take it. No. Are you sure? I mean, it's nominalism and relativism and insanity, but do you want us taking over your public education system? Oh yeah, no. I wouldn't want to impose Christianity as a philosophical starting point for learning, for progress, for learning about the universe and everything in it from the perspective of that it's created. No, I don't want to do that. Let's go with the accidentalist approach.
Darwinism appears to challenge human exceptionalism.
Alex, hey, I wrote you, I don't know if you saw that. I wanted to match you up with Gnostic Informant right here on my channel. Not Scud. Scud is a little wacky for that particular topic, I think. So I wanted to know if you'd match up with him on my channel, and I'll host it and I'll moderate it fairly. Smash the like, you freeloaders. For real. Oh, not one gold met. Look at that. My goal didn't evolve.
By placing humans within the animal kingdom.
Is embryo selection permissible under... I actually don't know. It sounds to me, my intuition is it's abominable, but what do I know?
In continuity with the other animals, rather than as an ontological exception.
Nice.
For believers whose sense of worth is anchored in their special status, Darwin is not only seen as wrong, but insulting. Now, for my responses to these 7 issues. Response A, fear of moral subjectivism. Darwinism does not dissolve morality into arbitrary subjectivism, but reveals its evolutionary function.
No. Those are 2 different questions, bucko. The function of something, if something does a thing, right, that doesn't actually tell you if the standard for good, right? That's an is-ought fallacy. So that doesn't work. Okay. So no, he just completely put 2 different things up. One is describing the function of an imaginary thing called morality in the world, why you would have a heuristic that you think is right or wrong, versus whether or not there's an actual standard for that, right? He just contradicted himself.
Morality solves a coordination problem, and so a persistence problem, at the level of the group. To be sure, Darwinian naturalism does not yield moral realism in the Christian or Platonic sense. Plato posited the good as a transcendent, universal principle free of context. Christianity, likewise, treats moral law as universally binding, whether as divine command or as natural law grounded in God's nature. Thus, just as the number 2 added to itself always and everywhere equals 4, so too what's good cannot be contingent on agent, time, or place. Darwinian naturalism rejects this because it recognizes no agent-neutral, context-transcendent good, only...
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is why the arguments against good apply to truth. So I always do this little trick here. Listen to what he says, and everyone in the audience, imagine he's saying truth instead of good. True instead of good. Watch.
Neutral, context-transcendent
listen what he says.
Place. Darwinian naturalism rejects this because it recognizes no agent-neutral, context-transcendent good, only goods that are good for particular beings under particular conditions. But
you see what I'm saying? Swap good with truth, and you have an arbitrary relativistic stance. All you're really doing is, I have thoughts, and I have biologically determined impulses that are not geared toward the truth. You know, harken back to Plantinga. They're not geared toward truth. You can't say it's geared toward truth. There's no independent, absolute ontology or standard for truth. It's just acting out in the world, and, it just unfolds. And it either produces survival or it doesn't. That's it.
But this is not to say that morality in a Darwinian frame is whatever you want it to be. The idea that morality must be either A, fixed and universal, or B, purely subjective, is a false dilemma. Morality
Really?
is agent relative. Good
It's just unbelievable how retarded these people are. That's one of the sides of the dilemma, dude.
Subjective is a false dilemma. Morality is agent relative.
Fucking people.
Good and bad, or right and wrong, are indexed to rank, role, and circumstance. Within the father-son relation, the father has a real obligation and so ought to provide for his son, and the son has a duty and so ought to
No, you don't. You don't have any of that.
obey his father. These oughts are not
You don't have that in pure naturalism.
reducible to subjective preference. They are demanded by the authority-dependent relation that is father to son. This is not moral subjectivism, it is moral propriety. What is moral is what is appropriate for a given agent within a given relationship under given conditions. Teleology cannot secure morality because purpose is not self-interpreting and is never politically neutral. We observe this today as competing factions propose competing purposes for society: economic growth, salvation, equality, etc., and nothing in teleology itself can decide among them. In practice, teleology collapses into various factions baptizing their preferred ends as the purpose and their preferred means as the good. This brings us back to Darwinism. One cannot derive an ought from an is. A proposition by itself cannot bind, but
I have an argument against evolution. Evolution, Darwinism, can't derive an is. Forget the ought. You can't even get an is.
once you have an ought, that imperative enters a world of hard constraints and consequences. Behold, universal Darwinism, the meta-principle operating on everything from genetic alleles to individual men, to groups, to customs, to institutions, and even to ideas, as they reproduce through their human carriers. It thus also selects for moral systems, and so moral commands, that prove adaptive, while selecting against those that are not. This alone refutes the moral relativist's claim that anything goes. Response B. Association with secular elitism. The Christian resentment of antagonistic secular elitism is understandable, but it would be an error to conflate Darwinism with progressive moral degeneracy or academic arrogance.
See what I'm saying? Every time there's arguments against a moral standard being true, their reasoning for it not being possible is ultimately because there's just a set of mechanistic is things happening. Just a sets of is happenings. And the problem is they never quite think about this through. This guy is a total sophist. Like, he doesn't think this through. He's never pondered that maybe from this strict evolutionary, mechanistic, universal system that he has, that everything is just a feature of cause and effect purely. He never thought that maybe he doesn't have access to is statements at all. He doesn't know what's adaptive or not. He doesn't know any of this.
The problem here isn't evolution, but the appropriation of Darwin by elites for morally and or intellectually bankrupt ends. Liberal academics employ evolutionary logic very selectively, ignoring its inconvenient implications, such as that ethnocentrism survived because it works, or that eugenic selection pressures are required to minimize mutational load. They use Darwin to promulgate their pet doctrines, but drop him like a hot potato the moment he conflicts with liberalism's sacred cows. And conflict he does. Many miss the fact that natural selection is
Someone say sacred cow, Vagine?
brutally conservative, destroying the overwhelming majority of nature's innovations and revealing most of the
Innovations. It's amazing. Yeah, what's this? Tell me. I hope you cover this. What's the... From an evolutionary view, what could possibly be beneficial to adapt to a culture of homosexuality?
the West's recent moral progress as maladaptive quackery. Darwin, understood consistently, is no friend of the liberal. The correct move, then, is not to reject, but to reclaim Darwinism and use it consistently. Darwin is our guy, not theirs. Properly understood, evolutionary logic is not an enemy of civilization, but the scalpel that can cut away its parasites. Not only is Darwinism not the enemy of our tradition, Darwinism is tradition's revenge, because tradition is what selection has already validated. Response C. Loss aversion and
Thank you,
sunken
Austin.
cost. It is true that the cost of updating one's worldview is often...
Who made this video? It's Ex Quo Fonte, little 40K, probably doesn't debate at all. Just, this is what is bothersome to me. I like a good video. I wish I could do more produced videos like this, from my view. But certainly, just putting the video out and not being able to defend it in real time is a little bit flustering, because I wish these people would actually get in front of a camera on a panel and say, and meet the cross-examination of their stupid views. They won't.
Not only intellectual, but social and emotional as well. But failure to adapt may...
This guy sucks. Screw this. Screw that, dude. Shut up. Shut up, loser. We're gonna outbreed you anyway, loser. This poetry sucks. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Silly. Cam Bam. Cats and trees have reference for which they describe. What? What's the debate going on with Cam Bam here? Is he defending evolution? Antonio Wolf. Arithmetic. Is that philosophically dense? Because if it is, I don't want to bore my audience with it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a level of philosophy I like, but there's a level of philosophy where I'm just like, get them up against the wall. Get them up against the wall. Against the... Cam Bam said the law of identity didn't exist. That's hilarious. Hilarious. It's not dense. Well, that's coming from you, not coming from an idiot like me. Who's Orthodox in America? Whose people are you representing exactly by talking online? Well, first, I'm representing my own personal view. You could take that. And I am an Orthodox Christian. So in a sense, I do represent orthodoxy because I'm a part of the body of the church. What's your point? Do you have a point or what? I wish philosophers were more energetic like you. That's not likely. And you think Eastern Europeans gaff about America? I don't know what your argument is, dude. Try to make an argument, It's like you in the chat is like, it's like equivalent to me keeping my kid focused when I tell them to clean their room. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, what are you getting to? Arrive at your point. Whose group of people represent orthodoxy? Wait, whose group of people represent orthodox? Whose group of people represent... That's incoherent. Whose? You mean like possessive? Whose group, possessive, of people, whose group of people represent orthodoxy? What? Oh my gosh. You just named them. Orthodox. Orthodoxy. Whose group of people represent orthodoxy? Orthodoxy. Who is group? Good video to see review. All right, I'll look at it. It just sounds nerdy to me. I don't know. Jardar. Anthony Wolf. Can't figure out. No, it's incoherent. What are you asking? You're asking, Orthodox Christians are a group. They're a part of the body of Christ. They're the true church. You're asking Orthodox individuals online, who do they represent? Orthodox Christians, I just told you. Such a bizarre question. It's like, it's just completely nonsensical. Can you reformat your question in a way that makes sense, please? Wait, you're telling me this is not philosophically dense? I just found it. Antonio Wolf. Jay Dyer does not understand Hegel. I'm not going to talk about Hegel. What do you want me to just kill my stream? No, I'm not doing that. Hell no. Hell no. You want to try it again, little guy? What are you afraid? I want you to say the question in a coherent way. I honestly don't know what you're asking. Whose group of people represents orthodoxy? It's just incoherent. Whose group of people? What do you mean whose? Is there a subcategory of possessive groups? I don't understand what you're saying. You're like, you're running from my insane, stupid, my insanely driveled question. What are you saying, man? It's like, yeah, he's like breaking down. He's like one of those, you ever zoom in? You ever see those videos where a cell divides it to its own death? I feel like I'm watching that in real time. In the world, Jimmy, who are the Orthodox community who has the biggest population? See how you're switching? What are you talking about, the biggest population? You don't have a good thinker, dude. You went from whose group is orthodoxy representing, which is incoherent. It actually answers the question in the question. And now the question is, who has the biggest population? Make up your mind, dude. Slow dur. You on drugs? What is he talking about? Anybody? Can anyone? Anybody do the job? I think he's trying to make an ethnic argument about orthodoxy. That still hasn't been seen, Philip. I mean, you're being super charitable here. He's gone from whose group represents orthodoxy. I don't know what that means. And then he's gone to population. So I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea. Yeah, which people are representing orthodoxy? People who are orthodox. If they poorly represent orthodoxy, it would be a poor reflection of orthodoxy, but they still represent orthodoxy. If they're orthodox, they're orthodox. What are you saying? You don't even know what you're asking. Fail? Writing the word fail like that and calling out a fail is hilarious. I got to give it to you. What are you saying, dude? I still don't have any idea what you're saying. Are you from a third world, or where are you from? What are you anyway? What are you? Be specific. Yeah, he doesn't know how to ask a question. It's like
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
such a waste of time. I know, he's this close to getting booted. I mean, he's this close, Slow Dur. This close. White people going extinct. Is that recent? He's insinuating I'm KGB. I wish I knew. Honestly, I wish there was something to interact with here. There's nothing here. It's like cryptic This is like a common thing in chats. Like you'll just get these cryptic statements and then you're like baited into engaging and they maintain their cryptic nature. And then you feel like you're solving like a Rubik's Cube. And then it's like a type of gaslighting. Then they gaslight you for not understanding what they're saying. Oh, you don't understand me? What do you mean? Why don't you understand me then? Because you're incoherent. You're an immigrant here in Shortlandia. Race realists are the other side of the same coin as science communicators, same brand of moron. Yeah, the people who ultimately reduce it all to race. Yeah, there's no teleology there. There's no direction. I don't understand what he's saying. So it isn't real and we're all the same? No, that's not what he's pointing to. He's not pointing to whether or not you can look at ethnicities and types of people and nations and collectivize them as a people. Indian people, Japanese people. That's possible. The failure of race realism in a philosophical sense is, for one, you can't really reduce whiteness to something. Like you could point to it in a general sense, such that you can interact with it in a meaningful way, but when it comes down to the rigidity of it, you're not going to get there. So that's one problem with it. The other problem is, like I said, there's no direction. Race realism, there's no direction to it. You're not telling us what type of structured society there is to have. It's just a baseline. It's like liberty. It's like similar to liberty as a direction. Oh, we got to get to liberty. Is that a place? What is it? Can you arrive at liberty? Well, no, that's just like a baseline. It doesn't tell you what to build. It doesn't tell you anything. It's real. The reality is there are different types of people, collectively, individually. That's real. But it still doesn't tell you where to take it. Anything. It doesn't tell you. Jim Bob, is race realism a reduction to race as the foundation, or is that your interpretation? Tell me an alternative view of it. If it's merely descriptive, then my critique is correct. Just like the red pill, just like the sort of like manosphere, purely descriptive stuff, right? Okay, let's say you describe it all correct. Tell me tell me how race realism gives you a teleology or a direction or a duty. Doesn't. Tell me. Honestly, there is no straw man because there's really no argument. It's just an argument. It's just what you're saying is, are we describing things? Okay, describe stuff. Are you going to describe yourself into a new era of civilization? For the people who didn't understand my statement, I'm challenging the idea that ontology or nature is tied to race. Yeah. Yeah. Tell us what it is. I am white. I prefer among other whites. Okay. I believe my culture is better. Okay. Is that true if you're surrounded with a bunch of blue-haired, trans blue-haired people who are, abusing their children and cutting their wieners off? Is that true? I'm just trying to find the threshold of where you abide by white as the preference. Do you prefer whites who are completely upside down and perverse just because they're white? Is that what you're saying? It's just a simple, like, this isn't even a hypothetical that's unrealistic. It's literally what we're dealing with. The people you're affirming are the most apologetic people. They're the most the suicidal empathy that we're seeing. You're like, yeah, these guys. You're like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Yeah, I prefer to be around people who look like me, talk like me, eat like me. But that's like, that gets you nowhere in the grand scheme of things. That's just like that's like a hopeful start point. That's a hopeful start point. You know?
In the same rules.
But let's look at it. Let me see. Is it a live or was it a live or a video? Let me see. Videos. Levin Shapiro, Ark Covenant, Noah's Ark. They lied. Myths. Iran. Let's see if it's live. Divine Nature. Serbian Christians, Crusades, God Particle. Actually, I don't see it here. White people extinct? Are white people going extinct? Oh, it's 4 months ago. Okay.
In history has survived the collapse of its birth rates with mass demographic replacement. And yet Europe and every other white majority nation is running the experiment in real time. Yet no one is willing to speak honestly about it.
O Lord of hosts, be with us, for we have none other help in times of adversity but thee. O Lord of hosts, have mercy on us.
In a century, do you know that there will be no Germany, no Italy, no France, no Netherlands, no Belgium, no Spain, no Portugal, no England?
It does seem that there is a sort of a bit of a biospirit. Is that like spirit matter of people? I kind of know what you're saying there. It means different people, civilizations. Yeah, I agree with that. And from an Orthodox perspective, you could acknowledge that there are groups of people, collections of people, nations of people have their own idiosyncrasies. And we're not to prefer them merely because they're made in God's image. We don't have to accept them just merely because, from an Orthodox view, we're at the same status ontologically from a Christian perspective. We're not at the same status of capability. We're not the same status of, let's say, aesthetics, reasoning, intelligence. No, these are all different things. But from the Orthodox view, which is the only view to hold, is that this variety, the task is actually to convert. The task is to take what is there and figure out which of the attributes, characteristics can be baptized into orthodoxy. Other than that, if you don't have that, you know what you do? You know what you baptize other cultures to? We're seeing it in real time. Materialism. You baptize their culture into materialism. Oh, don't worry. They're coming in mass amounts and they live and eat and talk and do everything differently. But don't worry. They too can order a massive Slurpee. They too like the Wetzel's pretzels. Don't worry about it. They're gonna learn to love Coca-Cola. And it's like, okay. Is that it? Is that what we're after?
No Sweden.
Yeah, but I want to live around white, pure materialist consumerists. Okay. You get what you ask
No
for.
Ireland, no Canada, no Australia, no America. None of it. Gone. All of it. Everything about it. You do understand that, don't you? Replaced by Africans, Asians, Amerindians, Arabs, replaced in our own lands. And they have a front row seat and they are cheering it on. They say it. Ben Shapiro said, I don't give a damn about the browning of America. What do you think that
I don't give a damn about the browning of America.
looks like? The browning of America. That means there's going to be no more white people. So everything you love about America, Tom Cruise and Frank Sinatra and George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, you know, those are all white people. Walt Whitman and Mark Twain. These are white people. And in a century, there's not going to be any more. Because what will happen is that non-whites will outnumber us. They will elect representatives that care about their tribal concerns. We will be outnumbered and outvoted. We will be disempowered.
See, even if he's saying descriptively true things, even Nick Fuentes really isn't arguing for a theological view at all. So, like, you can get hyped on this stuff, right? And you could be like, yeah, he's nailing it. He's doing another thing that he does. Nailing it, right? Descriptively. But when you get to the teleology, he would have a hard time. If someone just basically asked him, like, on, you know, in a one-on-one situation, where do you want to go towards? Like, it all stops there, you know? It just stops right there. Maybe he would say Catholicism, but the irony of Nick Fuentes being Catholic and being anti-Brown, right, is kind of funny. Being that your theology, your doctrine, your binding doctrine that you have to hold as a layperson is that Muslims worship the same God as you. So now you're in a big pickle. You know, because now you have to say, okay, well, I want more white people in America because America was predominantly white European and everything we built was from that culture and aesthetic. I agree. But what aesthetic? Okay, you might push to Christianity. Okay. Well, the problem is if you say, okay, the next step is first white people back majority. Now we go to Christian aesthetic, right? He has to say Catholic. But the problem is Catholicism, Nick Fuentes, is one of the top contributors, the top contributing actors for mass immigration, dude. That's why you can't pretend as a Catholic you're LARPing as this pro-white country thing that you're doing. And your own church, embedded in its ecumenism, in its failed doctrine, it's embedded in its very function, dude. It's the apparatus of mass immigration, dude. Yeah, we need white people. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. And all these politicians, it's like, look at your own church. It's the top contributor. And it's based in your own theology. It's not even just like it's been taken over. It's based in your theology. Why wouldn't you let Muslims in your country if they're ultimately they worship the same God as you? I mean, you let them inside your sanctuaries. You let them pray literally inside of your churches. Imagine holding a view where you let Muslims into your church to pray, but you have a problem with them coming into your country? Dude, it's all messed up. Just totally inconsistent, dude. Nonsensical, and everyone sees it. Yeah, he's a good rhetorician. He can talk. He's a good statesman. He's very charismatic. He's smart. But this is the big elephant in the room that's so stupid. You can't argue this. You can argue this from an Orthodox perspective, though, coincidentally. You can argue for segregation of peoples from an Orthodox perspective. Entire cultures. The reason Orthodoxy adapts to certain cultural norms to be retrofitted into Orthodoxy, not the other way around, is because we identify and acknowledge that nations and peoples are distinct. They're not all compatible. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to do that. You could just swap everyone else out just because they're Orthodox. You could just swap everyone. You can do a musical chairs parish And no matter where you are, you just swap out the people and it's totally workable. It's not, actually. It's not workable. Culture does matter. But being a Catholic and arguing for the preservation of a white nation, when your church, your literal church, the thing you submit to, both politically and theologically supports mass immigration and is the biggest contributing factor to it.
And then, like in South Africa, we will be a beleaguered minority existing in pockets, subjected to the will of the state.
No, the will of your church.
And they're cheering it on. Ben Shapiro says, I don't give a damn about the browning of America.
See, this is just scapegoating. Of course, we all know Ben Shapiro's view, but guess what? You're going to have to go against your own church, dude.
Want to know why? Because when America falls, he's going to go home to Israel. He's got a golden parachute. The IDF is going to send a helicopter to Surfside like they did when that condo collapsed. They're going to pick him up and they're going to bring him home to Israel. Where are we going to go? Where's our home?
Don't you say come home? Isn't that what you say? Come home to Rome? Hey, Nick, your home is Rome. And guess what Rome is? The top contributing mechanism for mass immigration.
Where's our homeland where we can be white and we can be Christian like Israel is for them, where they can be Jewish? Where are we going to go? When America's browned, when Europe is browned, when the whole world is browned, where are we going to go home to when we're a persecuted minority?
I don't know. Why don't you ask your Pope?
What country is going to help us have a right to exist? Do fucking white people have a right to exist?
I don't know. Ask your Pope.
Israel has a right to exist, but I guess white America...
What's not true? Use full sentences. I'm not doing this today. I'm not going to teach you guys how to say sentences.
Americans don't, and Germany doesn't, and France doesn't, and Italy doesn't. These nations exist to give Israel money. These nations exist to give welfare to Africans and
yeah, so does your church.
Arabs.
Who's the top? Look, who does the most work in this regard? The Catholic Church. You guys are literally doing exactly what you're criticizing. That's what you're doing. Have you heard of Chuck from the Restored Truth? He's a Mormon. I bet you guys could have a good convo. I could only do one Mormon conversation per 3 months.
And other non-white people, I guess. That's the bottom line. And that's why people like the show. Not because the housing market's bad, not because the economy sucks, not because people are mad about a bunch of other stuff. It's because of this.
The idea of white united people is silly. There's a silly look. There's something limiting, I would say, about the notion. I wouldn't say it's completely invalid to look at people who look like you and say colloquially they're white. I would say it's silly to just look at their face and to determine that they're in group with you. That's insane. That's an insane proposition. That's just a starting element. That's a perk. That's like, okay, cool. We were like, there's something about our very ontology that's at least overlapping, right? But just that as like some sort of like that's the foundation is silly, because you have to then explore what they believe, what they practice, what they advocate for. Yeah, we get it, Nick. Shipping in brown people is bad. More white isn't a solution. Look how degenerate they are. Yeah. Look how degenerate. Yeah, look at these. Look, the pagans are white. Most of the pagans that are now LARPing online, they're like Viking looking. All of these Scandinavian countries that are advocating for death pods, right? Suicide pods that you crawl into and listen to one more Jack Johnson song before you off yourself. Those are all white people too.
It's because our home our civilization, our ancestors, our heritage is being blotted out. It's
By who?
going away.
Yeah. Why don't you tell your church that?
We got in at the end of it. We are the last of our species. That is what they would
Our
like
species.
for us.
God, this guy. Yeah, descriptively, that might be the case. But the problem is, Nick Fuentes, is that your church advocates for it. And you bow down to your church, dude. In-group is harder to identify, but out-group is more obvious. Yeah, I think that's a really good insight there, Mike. And it's one of those things. I know the criterion is lackluster, but it is one of those things where you know it when you see it. I know that's completely insufficient in so many other aspects, but it really is kind of like that. There's like a notional thing. There's a notional method to it.
The stained glass windows of the church in Buffalo, New York have Gandhi, King of the Curry, in them.
Our civilization, quote, explain how the Vatican did that, Nick, question mark. I mean, that's the biggest thing he's not saying. Maybe he has a say. I don't really watch him. I see clips mostly, but maybe he does acknowledge it. But like the loudest people for this advocacy, ironically, are submitting to Rome, which is the biggest proponent of the thing they're criticizing. Who are they talking to? You're going to blame Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire, who's failing right now? Yeah, I get it. We can rip on Ben Shapiro all day. We can rip on Israel all day. We can rip on nations and governments that advocate for mass migration for other people, but not for themselves. Yeah, of course. But there's a big elephant in the room, and none of them seem to be talking about it. And it's a documentable thing. Like, you can document the tiers of massive support and infrastructure for mass immigration. There's no way around it. You can look it up. You could actually find all of it. And if you talk about it, you get, ostracized, right? The frog people come after you. And you're like, listen, guys, I descriptively agree with you, but the problem is you can't pretend that your own church, the thing you're ultimately holding to, isn't the proponent of the thing you're against. You can't pretend anymore. It's like in their doctrine, too. Like the Catholic Church conflates dignity with mass immigration. Like, that's what they hold. Justice for immigrants. I mean, think about that. That's an initiative. Like, that's like embedded in their theology. Now, don't get me wrong. You can find Orthodox parishes and all sorts of material that utilizes some of the rhetoric of like inclusivity and helping others, and everyone's made in God's image and all that stuff. But it's not even close to what's sort of enlaced in Catholicism today. Not even close. So don't come at me with a meme of some patriarch saying a statement. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the theology and the principles embedded in the theology itself. It's a part of their ecclesiology at this point. Is mass immigration is a part of your ecclesiology. No way around it, you guys. So what is he going to say? What could he possibly say? You know? He has to say, leave Catholicism. Well, you should, Nick. That's what you should say.
You know, isn't it ironic that our political leaders, you know, the arch Zionists like Ted Cruz and Donald Trump want to tell us that Israel is part of Western civilization. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. Yet they're allowed to be a self-determination that is an ethno-religious state. Yet every single European majority white nation is being bombarded with millions and millions of immigrants with different religions, different cultures, and different ancestral lineages. I mean, the irony is so palpable. It's right in your face.
Yep.
And so this video, I actually want to talk about where I think 2026...
Please call out the rabbinical. I do that every day.
...is going. You know, 2024 and 2025 were huge in shifting the Overton window, specifically talking about Israel and their genocide and war
You thought there was a birth happening on my hat?
Crimes and subversion and control of the United States and really much of Western Europe. And now we're seeing Israeli billionaires advocate for the destruction of the First Amendment in fears of anti-Semitism rising online. Of course, much of which is due to their own
anti-Semitic remarks,
their own actions. But I want to talk to you guys because Elon Musk, and really, you know, for the last couple of years, but really in the last month, has been hammering this on X, reposting so many things regarding the decline of white people. And I want to ask, are white people going extinct? Because the statistic that are going viral is the fact that in the year 1900, 36% of the global population was white or European ancestry. And now it's down to 8%. And with the birth rates, it's going to be almost half of that. We're going to be basically 4% of the world population. And before we get into it, you know, I was just going to grab a few things that were going on online. And Alexander Dugin, the Russian, you know, sociologist and PhD, he was posting this in response to all this conversation online recently. He says, whites...
That's funny, dude. That's actually really good, Eric. It's actually a really good meme, honestly.
Don't blame non-whites for your extinction. Blame yourselves. Blame the West. Blame the modernity. And he does have a point to some degree. I was looking into the...
I saw a lawn sign for Vivek Ramaswamy, not to be confused with his cousin Linda from Poughkeepsie. I found myself waiting for it to read a chat. Oh, man, yeah, see? Like, there's so many other problems. Like it's not just, you know, the idea like your peachy skin isn't shared and you're not around people who look like you. It's like, it's not just like a default, different people look different and there, you know, there's more suddenly a mall is completely overtaken by Muslims or whatever. It's not just the color or the distinction where you no longer kind of look like the person, but their language, their theology, and their customs and norms invade America. That's why that meme of the Indian woman eating with her hands went super viral, because it's a microcosm of something that you innately reject and say, that's not how we do things here. And if you start to reject that there's any such thing as that's not how we do things here, that's the beginning of the unraveling of your civilization. There's something beyond legality that's present inside an identity of a nation, where it's beyond, we don't do that here. It's not because it's illegal. It could be illegal, but there's something deeper ingrained in the identity of the culture when you get these statements. We don't do it like that here. We don't do that here. No, we don't do that here. Is it illegal? No. It's actually deeper than that. We don't do that here. And so I can't really say it in any other way to get you to really grasp it than that. Whatever that is. And guess what? That's in your house too. You know, we don't do that like here. We don't eat like that in our house. This is how we do it. This is how I do it. This is how we do it in the house is a reflection of what? Well, it's got to be informed by something larger than the house, right? identity is cope, you got nothing, Cam Bam. I mean, you're an absolute disaster.
The origin of white, because historically, what we would refer to as white people, they were Europeans of specific nation states with a specific faith, whether it be Protestant, Catholic, or Orthodox, with specific geographies and land, specific cultures and language, and often their identity was tied with
the way you talk, the way you eat, the way you dress, the way you don't dress. There's a whole other list of things that you don't do. That's what sort of really needs to be elucidated. With every set of things that you do as a culture, this is how we do this in this culture. It used to be a nation that we spoke properly. We spoke properly. We spoke proper English. Forget about importing people who have accents who don't speak English properly. We made it a norm in our own society to speak improper English. Okay? Well, you break apart the language, that's one thread of society that's weakened.
With their king, with the monarchy, with the power structure that they were under. And of course, World War I is the destruction of the finished destruction of the pre-modern world where we did have monarchy. And the 5 pillars of modernity, as I've talked about, again, ad nauseum in my book, Return to Babylon from Adam to Antichrist, is that the modern period is characterized by individualism, rationalism, scientism, technological progress, and democracy. And we all see how democracy has failed. I mean, look at the Somali fraud. Look at the Indian fraud. I don't know if you guys have seen some of the articles that the massive
You tell me what ambiguity means.
amounts, potentially 70+% of the Indians that are in the United States are here due to immigration fraud, getting temporary visas and then staying here. And yet if you call it out.
Isn't this, quote, this is how we do things here, a part of a standpoint theory? No. Standpoint theory is the idea that you look back at history and from that unique perspective, you rewrite history from the view of a standpoint. That's not what I'm talking about. This is how we do things is actually informed by something in the past, right? You have a carried forth tradition that you can point to. This is how we do things. It's tradition, which is taught through the family. Standpoint theory is after the fact, and you look back and you rewrite what's going on from the past. So, like a good example is like there's a family recipe. The family recipe has a source. 8 generations back, Grandma Judy made this thing, and it was carried forth, documented, memorized, taught orally and through the literature of the recipe, and practiced. And it carried through the generations, right? Standpoint theory would be someone outside of that taking on an interpretation of that recipe from their specific place in the intersectional social fabric. Like, I'm a woman and I'm black, and so I'm going to review the recipe from a black woman's perspective. This is individualism. This is like arbitrarily looking back at history and saying, well, I think everything's sexist because I'm a woman, and I look at the history through that lens, right? It's different. What would Tucky think about race? I mean, there's definitely something real about the distinction between ethnicity. I think anyone would agree with that. The question is, like, to what extent it matters, and I think it does matter. I mean, I want to be, when I go to Waffle House, I want to be around people that look like me. I mean, it's just not that big of a deal. I actually wonder what his take is, actually. I don't actually know what it is. Sounds like that would be his take.
You're racist. If you highlight that billions and billions of dollars have been...
Remember when Trump went around boasting his $100,000 yearly fee on HB, and it turned out to be a blatant lie? Well, yeah, everybody ends up being like, I don't know what view they're looking at it from, but it's certainly not some sort of cohesive ethnic heritage identity of Americans. It's more like, what's going to help America. And honestly, a lot of the arguments that I hear on the right end up being GDP kind of level arguments, you know, where it's just like reduces to like some sort of utility or like, you know, Charlie Kirk used to argue, you know, it'd be like, no, we love immigration if it's the kind of immigration almost like the Yankees buying free agents from different countries. We don't care if it completely dilutes the identity of the culture. You know, they have really good accountants and coders out there. Ship them in. I mean, just think about the companies. And what it does is it favors large companies who themselves are not persons. They're individual persons. They don't represent the culture. They don't represent the values. They're just dead entities whose job is to just efficiently move goods and services around. And that's what America has become because of individualism, because of all of the tiers of modernity that David Patrick Harry just laid out here. What you get is a system. Your country becomes a system. It doesn't become a home for a peoples with blood and flesh, with a background, with a language, with culture, with a theological identity, with praxis. No, it becomes an apparatus, and then the nodes of the apparatus are just logos. They're companies. This is materialism. This is consumerism. And then you judge to what extent you should have other people come into your country based on what? A consumerist lens, a purely materialistic lens. Not those other things. Those things are those are gone. Those things are gone. And honestly, if we're speaking completely brutally honest here, is America has an identity issue. There is an existential crisis of what America is. Even, guess what? Even if you magically hit a button and everyone in your country, everyone in America was white, do you know what? The identity of America would still be in a crisis because of this individualist enlightenment, purely consumerist activity that we're in. There's still an identity problem. Even if you got all the right colors in, you'd still have a problem right now, at least. Not so true in Japan, is it? Not so true in Hungary. Not so true in Poland. Well, they have a longer standing identity. They're not infants. We're infants. America's still an infant stage of its existence. And the way it's formulated, the way our society has been structured, leaning into liberty above all, individualism above all, hey, we're exactly where you could predict we would be based on that philosophy, honestly. I'm not surprised at all. The yearly H-1B didn't make it through, but a one-time fee of $100K did. H-1Bs have dropped significantly since all forms of immigration. Well, that's good. Anything that's dropping, honestly, it shouldn't even be like, it should be straight up cut off. Like, no, just straight up. Just no more. None more. I don't care how good they are at coding. I don't care. That's why I'm an anti-life alert. You're old, you fell, it's over. Anti-life alert's funny. Are you tired of life alert? Are you tired of technology keeping people alive?
Been stolen by the Somali immigrant community in Minnesota, the state of Washington, the state of Ohio. You're a bigot. You're an Islamophobe. It's like, when have we had enough? And so I feel like 2026 is going to be the shifting in regard to the Overton window, talking about white people, white demographics, European ancestry. But the term white is uniquely part of the modernist period. So I was looking into the origin of where did white be used to refer to?
I married an African-American woman before I learned about all this stuff. I have a stepson who's black, biological son is white. How do I approach? Well, I mean, you got to figure out a way to leave them. I'm just kidding. I don't know. You're in that scenario. Like, you know, I didn't marry and have children with a half Italian Irish woman, right? So I'm in a similar scenario. You know, they look more like me though than your situation. But the thing is, Trinitarian zealot, from an Orthodox perspective, all of that stuff becomes secondary anyway. That's the point. That's the point. All of that stuff becomes secondary. So the next question is, are you Orthodox? So how should you approach this? Become Orthodox. That's how you should approach it.
To Europeans, because when Greeks and Irish first came to America, they weren't fully considered white, and it really it's a unique feature of the 20th century, and it really comes as a self-description in opposition to people of color, and that we as European descendants refer to ourselves as white. But white sort of is a deracinated identity. It's not tied to any sort of religion. It's very much a modernist project.
Well, that's it. I mean, first and foremost, Orthodox. First and foremost. That's it. Raise them in the church. Keep them Orthodox.
And I think, what is more useful, the term European or the term white? E. Michael Jones has argued that white is sort of playing by the linguistic game set of the oppressors themselves because it nullifies the delineations and distinctions between European identity. And I think to some degree he's right. But we live in a country now where it is being celebrated that white people, European ancestry, is about to be a minority. And we have people running for governor of Ohio, such as Vivek Ramaswamy, who is now openly talking about how if you believe in heritage American identity, you're a Looney Tune.
Here, it's going to sound kind of funny, but like, you're like, what should I do? Raise them white.
This is made up. He believes in the propositional nation that...
You know what? You should raise them to be nice white people.
A nation of America has nothing to do with English ancestry, has nothing to do with European values and Christianity, but it's just a proposition of ideals, and it doesn't matter where you're from or what your average IQ is. You can just come here and get legal citizenship, and now you're equally as American as anybody else.
Yeah, based on what? It's like, that's exactly it. Like, the people on the right, in a lot of senses, end up just being as bad on the left because their reasoning for immigration is it's like not about anything deeper. Their entire reasoning for it's just a list of like if-then statements about money and like, oh, look, if we just import like dude, there's 200,000 Indians who come here every year. That doesn't sound much, right? Well, you multiply it. Life goes fast. Multiply it. And that's just them. That's just them. Now add in all the other different countries, people just importing. And for what? There's not a good reason, actually. And the best reason that they have is purely monetary. It's about like companies getting cheaper labor and better technical skilled workers and things like this. That's such a sellout reason. That's how you sell out your nation. There's a really dark outcome where the H-1B are filling lots of high-paying, low-outcome jobs in tech. Yeah, all propped up by the blue-collar Americans. Yeah, it's like servitude to the invaders. Yeah, there's a much. Yeah, I'll actually talk about this in a second. To be fair, they prop me up too, so thank you. Well, yeah, I'm looking at it in my own city. There are these massive $300 million investments to do tech centers. And so it's not an accident that when they build the tech centers, what you see completely right there with it is a massive spike in Indian people coming here. And they come with their families. So when you think about a culture and a heritage, you're born, right? You're a part of an identity and a heritage here in the United States. You grow up with the United States, even in the state that it's in. You grow up with the references. You grow up with the embedded experiences and memories of America. You keep your heritage alive by your own memories, and you import people who don't have those memories, who don't have those references, who don't make those connections, who don't act consistently in an identity that has a past to it. And not only that, but they come here already grown up. Guess what we have to do, guys, to keep our heritage alive, to keep the way we live alive, our language, how we do things, how we eat, how we don't eat, how we treat people, how we help people, how we don't, whatever it is. We have to reproduce, and we have to teach our children and wait until they're grown up, 18, ongoing, right? Maintain that identity, maintain that heritage. Guess what they don't have to do? They come here, they skip the line. They're not required to have any of that installed in their history. They don't have to do it. They literally counter it even quicker than us. They counter us, and it's disproportionate. It's not like this. It's not like have more kids and that'll offset every family that moves here have more kids. No, we're behind because they're grown up most of the time. Just them as adults even, they're grown up. They grew up somewhere else. Here they are. There's no historical connection at all. And we're called to, okay, well, let's have kids. And then, every generation, we have to wait every generation for that adult to now be represented in society with a past of your society embedded in them, with a cultural background, with a heritage embedded in them, who they are. See, who and what. Notice that in all of this philosophy conversation, the distinction of who and what comes up. Who is God versus, what is God as an identity or a nature? Well, this still applies to nation. They swapped out who you are as American to what you are legally as an American. Who you are. They're like, oh, no, we don't need the who-ness of that. You know what we do? We just swap the who with a what. Now, there is no such thing as who you are as American. What you are now is going to be solely a legalistic category that you put on paper. But you can't, what the argument is that you can't really separate the two, even if you tried to. You can't.
Else, despite their ancestors being here for 250 plus years. This is absolutely retarded. And I think the Overton window is shifting. Now, Dugan here, he does have a point in regarding that some of this is self-imposed, that we and our birth rates are terrible. All of Western Europe, Korea is actually the worst. They're below one child. It's like 0.7 something per
Korea's
couple.
Trouble.
Japan's not in a better state. China's actually losing their population status, and India has now surpassed them in the last few years as the most populous nation in the world. And that's the thing. If every single American or every person living here, let's say the numbers are accurate and it's 350 million people, that doesn't even put a dent.
Hey, morons in the chat have no better alternative to Trump and lie incessantly about his major successes regarding immigration, as if any other option. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the chat. I'm sure Trump has a list of successes for sure. From my view, my view, at least to respond to that, is like way beyond political incremental steps, because I think the paradigm itself is fundamentally broken. And, it's not a black pill. It's just the reality. The paradigm itself is materialism. It's like the best way you can argue for Trump has to be from a mostly materialistic lens of what you prefer, to have and like see if, and sometimes that's all you have. So you might as well take your wins. You know what I mean?
And the population of India, if they just brought 350 million Indians and dropped them in the United States. So where are we going to go? And why is it that Israel can, every other single nation can, but notice European white majority nations are not allowed to be self-determining. They're not allowed to claim a specific identity. They're not allowed to say, this is what we do here and no.
Solution is slow and from the ground up. Trump is a vital and necessary step in the right direction. We should have reached the point where no return to immigration. Yeah, that could be. It could be like a mitigation thing, Damien. Ultimately, you got to look at it, though, that if someone needs to be in the position that Trump's in to make incremental changes, then we have to constantly be hoping that someone like him who's pushing the same direction, even incrementally, We have to make sure that they constantly populate these seats of government. And meanwhile, we need like priests. Meanwhile, we need children. Meanwhile, there are battles we're fighting locally, honestly, with our own schools. Like, there's so many battles happening right now at once.
Our goal is to outbreed China and beat the Chinese with sticks in the mountains.
Yeah.
No, we don't want Muslims. We don't want Indians. We don't want people from Africa. And if they do decide that they want to bring them here, let's bring them in small numbers.
Saying there is no political solution is giving into... No, that's not true. I'm saying that political solutions, there can be no political solution to a spiritual problem. Despair is a spiritual problem, not a political problem. So you got your categories messed up. And guess who would love it more than anyone? For you to believe that the remedy for your spiritual issues are political remedies.
Let's allow them to assimilate after a generation or two. Instead, we're being bombarded. And I think it's a real conversation. I mean, just based on the statistical data, we're already a massive global minority. But with the trends that are happening in the next century, we are going to be a even smaller minority.
Yeah, and then we have to have kids. You have to start impregnating your wives, guys. I mean, if you really think about it from that perspective, the first critical pathway would be reproduction. That's something you actually have control over for most of our views, right? Some people can't have kids, but the ones who can, you got to do it, right? Who are you asking? Like, who really? Like, who is Nick Fuentes asking to populate? Does he even have a relationship with? Has Nick Fuentes even kissed a girl? He's basically like, you guys have to have kids while I play video games. You guys have to. They're taking over. We're going to be completely extinct. I'm going to play Super Mario while you guys have kids. It's like, okay, guy. All right, guy.
And so to the modernist critique, Dugan says, what means to be white? Almost nothing except physical look. He does have a point there. No sacred values, no religion, no roots, just economical success and capitalist greed. And that's what Donald Trump defines America as. We're great because GDP go up. No. Again, it's only in the modernist period through individualism, this idea that you can take some Indian in southern India and replace an American in Oklahoma, and that as long as he pays his taxes and GDP goes up, that the nation is thriving.
See?
No, the nation is a community of people.
Yeah. This is exactly the point. This is honestly a common right-wing argument for it. Like, it's like, well, as long as it's like, I had that meme a long time ago, went super viral. Charlie Kirk says, like, the demographic replacement is fine as long as it's done legally. And it just went super viral. Because that's just the truth of it. It's like, no, we're not trying to win an economic game solely. That's not the thing that people feel a loss at. Your economics can change and will change. You could be in good standing and bad standing. It could be great. It could be terrible. That's something you have some moderate control over, but ultimately not any. But what you do have control over is what you practice, what your actual theology is, what you value, what you teach. And this replacement, the great replacement already happened, and it wasn't ethnic. The great replacement that happened in America before the demographic replacement. What's that meme with Indiana Jones swapping the ball for the fake thing? Right? They took what was there was, I don't know if it was ever actually fully there, to be honest, with Americans, but let's say the best case scenario was a foundation that was relatively Christian. Even though it was deist and heterodox and ultimately broken, it points to some notion of Christianity, right? And the great swap, the great replacement happened before the ethnic color replacement that everyone's talking about now. The great replacement was individualism over core theological ethnic, cultural identity. Just whoop, swap it out. That was the great replacement. The great replacement was materialism and rights swapped, right? They swapped duties out, a sense of duty, who you are to your neighbor, to your family, to your friends. Higher standards. If you have a duty-based worldview, your actions reflected of a duty-based worldview will be able to call people out for bad behavior. There's a greater sense of shame for people who act out in ways publicly that they shouldn't. No, let's swap that for liberty above all. That's the great replacement. The great replacement was ideological first. You swapping out white people, and DPH knows this, but if you have this notion that swapping out the skin color is going to remedy the first great replacement, which is materialism, you're naive. You're naive. The despair comment was to someone else. I never suggested that politics will save us, that only they do matter. Well, yeah, politics matters. Like, it does. Like, I agree with you that if you just go like, there's no action we can take, and then it's purely like what? What's the alternative is like extreme accelerationism, right? Destruction, right? The rising from the ashes phenomenon. No. That's not something you think you might want, but you don't want that. So no, I agree with you. Like, ultimately, like, you're going to have to merge your theological and spiritual endeavors and practices and somehow map them on, and have them work politically as well. Because people should be highly active locally with what's going on in their local environments.
A nation has shared values. A nation has a shared story and shared history. All of this is being eradicated right now. And this is why Gen Z and the young people are right to become more radicalized. Rightfully so. And I think that this conversation, 5 years ago, to even put out a video like this would immediately violate TOS on YouTube. But we're kind of in a new era now. And I don't trust Elon Musk. I've told you guys multiple times, we're going to go through some of his posts. But he is actually normalizing this conversation. And so here's a little video I want to share with you guys of why Gen Z is so radical.
Have fun trying to change your ideology when all your neighbors are Indian. Yeah, that's true. That's a challenge. It's not fun, actually, Alchemist. Oh, is that like a gotcha? Are you Indian or something? Like, who says that gleefully, dude? I mean, you can convert. I don't want that, but you can, like, I don't think you can convert them to American culture fully. And that's the thing is, like, if you can't make someone American, then how they operate and show up even inside of the church practice isn't fully acclimated. You know what I mean? There's always some distance there. At least Elon had a lot of babies. Well, actually, that's actually a pretty good example of having more babies doesn't really ultimately solve it either, because, his home life is not reflective of the church at all. They're all just like, it's almost more like a pagan approach, where it's like, have a lot of babies. You just don't really track the family structure of it all. One of them is a troon, and it's like, okay. But yeah, I get your point.
Again, I think this is kind of the momentum.
Universal human equality is a foundational Christian and American principle. No, it's not. What are you talking about? Equality is a materialistic outcome. What are you talking about? If you're talking about, we look at human beings as the same ontological status of value, that they're made in God's image, yes, but you don't know what you're talking about. You're equivocating on equality. Gay.
This is kind of the ethos for 2026. And that's why we're seeing this massive war in the Republican Party with people like...
What do you mean? Yeah, don't ask him what he means, dude. Obviously, he's equivocating.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Ben Shapiro, wanting to redefine what it means to be an American. And so despite the conversation of white versus Europe...
Equality is impossible. Yeah, if you really want to take an outcome-based equality approach to Christian ethics, you're basically making an argument against free will. Not that it exists, but like acting on it, right? Because if you act on your will, people make different choices. People make different mistakes. People have different proclivities to sin. People have different limitations. People have different gifts. I mean, it's all varying, right? This idea of equality as Christian is to say every action should be countered by an equal opposite reaction and maintain equilibrium such that nothing really is ever disparate at all. Which, there goes the idea of sacrifice, by the way. This like commie approach to Christianity where you're equalizing everything, you're actually removing sacrifice, which is the essential, one of the most essential practices in Christianity.
European, which I think there's some merit there, and I think this is something that we need to talk about more. Vivek goes even a step further with his propositional nation, with his magic dirt theory, and is claiming that to be an American, there is zero tie with your ancestry. There's zero tie with culture, with religion. Of course, he worships demons. He's an Indian who literally became a multimillionaire through fraud, which...
Yeah, these people suck. Like I can't... The guy's pushing... was it like he did this whole thing about trying to argue that his broken theology is somehow Trinitarian in some weird sense? I'm like, get off the stage, dude. Just get out of here. Get out of here. It's all broken. It's also broken. Jeet Scammer final boss. Equal worth. Yeah. Now you're clear. No, under the law? No, that's not even true. We're not equal under the law. What are you talking about? You can find a ton of exceptions that make humans, based on their immutable characteristics, not equal under the law. What are you talking about? That's the part. See that second part there? That's where the Enlightenment and this self-evidentialism crap, this classical foundational crap comes in. That tail end, under the law. What law? Under the Enlightenment individualist law? That's not Christian. That's new. That's an innovation. You see that? This is how they pervert it. This is how Vesper and people like him pervert the truth. How can God ordain a king if we're equal under the law? We're not. We're actually not equal under the law, even in this scenario you have. Nothing's equal, yeah, especially under the law. It's the least equal thing, the law. I mean, people with different levels of their mental capacity, children, retarded people, they're not viewed as equals under the law as everyone else. What are you talking about? Even God's law, men's sentences worth. Yeah, like the law, the divine justice, right? We're judged by by what we know and what we do with what we know. It's not even that's disparate. If you're poor enough, you're effectively below the law. Yeah. Yep. Or if someone who has your skin color was enslaved, say, several hundred years ago, you're also, approached differently as well. Cam Bam. He's right. Yeah, who's spamming anyway? Just get rid of that person. I don't like spammers. Get him up against the wall. Against the... Anywho. What's up, Ortho Mean Boys? Yeah. What's up, Ortho Maxin? What's up, Ortho Maxers? Anyway, what else is going on here? What's going on in Twitter Patient? Twitter's a cesspool. All right, well, we got Soren and Gnostic Informant to agree to the debate. I will host it. I'll figure out the time frame for that, you guys. And you guys, that won't be Scud. That's a more serious debate. I don't want to take the piss out of that particular topic. So I'll let you guys when I'll pick a prime time for that. This should be a really great debate. Do Christians worship the same God as Muslims or vice versa? Gnostic Informant affirms it. Alex Soren denies it, of course, as an Orthodox person. And so that's going to be quite the slugfest because Gnostic Informant is very confident in his knowledge. The law of identity fallaciously equivocates the definition of a thing with itself. No. The law of identity isn't referring to the reference. It's referring to the ongoing ontological status of the referent, Cam Bam. The referent. That is to say, before we had the name for a tree, or whether the name tree in different languages was described or written down symbolically, the thing itself had to have a maintained identity over time. That it's itself, not a tree, just the it itself, without a name of it, really. Its identity maintains over time. Its nature, even. Not just what you think you're calling it, like A equals A. The nature of A, in this case a tree, maintains its identity universally. You're lost in the sauce, dude. I don't know how you guys arrive at these places. I don't know how you make your life work. I don't know how you make it to work. I don't know how you buy food. I don't know how you adequately feed yourself. Nonsensical. You know what I mean? Like just complete nonsense. Father Stephen DeYoung gave you props yesterday on Alex's stream, commenting your Evo arguments and having two positive positions in a debate prompt. Not having two positive positions. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he keeps mentioning stuff to me, and he's giving me like dropping riddles and stuff, and I'm too dumb to follow. I'm actually too dumb. I'm convinced I don't know. I can't figure it out. Just noticed my hat. Yeah, it's the eagle hat. Dude, how does the eagle match my shoulders? Its wings match my shoulders. The head-shoulder ratio matches me. That's why I knew this was mine. It has a tail, too, you guys. It's ridiculous. That's why in public I embarrass my family. Think he's going on Tucker? Father Stephen DeYoung is going on Tucker? Hey, it's going to take some time, but there's just going to be larger and larger portions of America that's going to become Orthodox. Why does it sound like a cat? Wait a second. Father Stephen DeYoung is a treasure for the online Orthodox community. His recall and articulation are extremely edifying. I'm shocked at how much I learned from him. Yeah, he seems to have a lot of memory space that's extremely accessible. I have trouble accessing stuff sometimes. Or I'm like, there's like a tiny person trying to go back into the cabinets of my mind, and the person is such a lazy worker. You know what I mean? They don't care. They're like pushing a cart, and they're taking their time. They're whistling. Like the little guy who's trying to retrieve existing knowledge that I have or existing reference I have, they just don't care. They don't care. They're unfireable too. That's what makes it worse. Like they can't be fired. They're like, chat's waiting. Oh, vehemently. I think you were looking for vehemently. Oh, thanks a lot, dude. Thanks a lot, dude. I'm seriously considering Orthodoxy. I live in Idaho. Oh, there's plenty of Orthodoxy there. How to get started? Find an Eastern Orthodox parish and just attend Divine Liturgy and just observe it. You can't take the Eucharist. You might be able to get a blessing. Our church has gotten so huge that they don't even let up catechumens or non-Orthodox entirely people for even blessings because there's too many inquirers. But yeah, that's how you get started, Mark. You know, if you're considering Orthodoxy, you know, for every consideration that you pursue insofar as doctrine and getting into learning about Orthodoxy, if you can ask those questions while also holding to your participation, it's going to enhance your approach. That's the way to make it. That's the way to make it really truly beautiful and not just intellectual. Is to go to liturgy. Just go. Come and see. A tree and a cat are beings of nature. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Let's write a poem, Cam Bam. That's the first line. We're going to take all your thoughts and we're going to write a poem here. Okay? Go ahead. We'll start with that. A tree and a cat are beings of nature. Cam Bam, circa 2026. Go on. Come on. More. Come on. Does SpongeBob have personhood and being? Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Trivially True Things starring Cam Bam. Cam Bam sounds like a good, sophist kids YouTube channel where they just confuse children. Cam Bam speaks in ancient Chinese proverbs. Blurred whiteness. The place from which all colors pour forth, still the whiteness blurred. The law of identity is illusory, Cam Bam. Vote Cam Bam. Blink your eyes and blink and your eyes will be closed. The tree is dancing still, with its arms waving, backward in history. They say a hard worker is one with nature. Listen, and you will hear. Words fall flat if not hitting the beat of another eardrum. Turtle dove maxing. The eagle swoops the buffalo. Eagles say, "Cam bam right." See the ground from higher flight. A waist not flushing, a waist not flushed will stick around. Man who chases car get tired. That's right. Cam loves attention like kid whose father acknowledge him. Chinese are well, you know what? Interesting. What's interesting about the pentatonic scale is that the pentatonic scale is Asian, Native American, and the blues, which is such a weird thing to know. Like, wait a second, it's all three of them. You can do a blues riff with the pentatonic scale, and you're like, whoa, that's super bluesy. Wow, that really feels like slavery. And then suddenly you can be like, dun 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 dun. It's the most vocal. I always go right to it. It's like a weakness of mine. If I'm, quote, soloing, I go to pentatonic because it's just so easy to do. Like, remember it. It always sounds like it works. Man standing on toilet is high on pot. What is that? What is that? 49 of them? I mean, you mean in different positions, you mean? Yeah, that makes sense. Like on the guitar neck or just in general? That's a weird number. It's actually a weird number. That doesn't sound right. You mean different styles? Like add in like half, like chromatic half stuffs or whatever? I'm talking about 1 4 1 2 3 1 3 1 3 4 1 4 1 4. Eat, pray, love. Cam bam, deny identity. Free as a bird. I want to fly away. I don't know where my soul is. I don't know where my home is. Whoa, $5 from India.
Jim Bob, all the faithful Orthodox in Christ. Seraphim Rose has been recognized and the preparation for his saint canonization may commence. Glory to God for Saint Seraphim Rose.
Glory to God. Getting through one of his more influential books right here. If you're into evolution and you're into theology and you like the mix of the two, you can't see the book. It's called Genesis, Creation, and Early Man. Big honking book right here. Not too hard of a read, though. No, there are 49 different variations. Oh, 5-note scale. You're talking about the minor pentatonic scale. Oh, gotcha. It's always good to have a musical nerd. David, thank you. Ask me a coherent question on that. Does not equivocate definitions without ontology. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Are you a true nonsense machine, or are you a trivialist? I mean, what's your purpose in life? What are you here for? Like, not just in my chat, like, what are you here for? Why are you here? He has no purpose. Just teleological. Just teleological. Oh, this is dumb. Here, let's get into Cam Bam's philosophy. Here we go.
Did you know that the act of naming the world is ultimately an act of creating the world?
How did I know? Did you guys know this is Cam Bam? I was trying to find who he actually was. This is him.
And that there's actually a really dark kind of power in who gets to name the world and how that kind of impacts our everyday lives. I don't think a lot of people...
And I'm going to talk with an upward inflection, like everything's a question, even though I'm pretty certain about what I'm saying, but I'm going to make it ambiguous by ending it with an upward inflection question mark. Gives me sort of a shield.
People really realize this, but if you want to see behind the matrix of how this works, when I was a Christian, I would be driving down the street and would pray.
Of course, every single time these people talk, they're like, do you want to know how nothing is actually real and there's no such thing as true meaning or anything? It's all made up. Well, when I was a Christian... Listen, Big Bam.
And ask God to help me find a parking spot.
Ugh, pathetic. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine all of the ways in which you could pray and pray for other people who are in need and pray and be humble and thank God for what you have and to be ask for patience and ask for humility and ask for discernment? You're asking for a parking spot? Wow. That's some deep practice.
And if that happened, I would consider that God. Like that's that's God.
So let me guess, you got AIDS and now God doesn't exist?
Providing for me. If somebody who's not a Christian asks the universe or hopes for a parking spot.
God, I'm really having trouble figuring out this deep question. I really hope you can figure this out for me. Is the anus a sexual? Is the anus a sexual organ, or I really need some help?
And thinks there's some kind of supernatural thing there. We might call that superstition. Or maybe here's a better example. When I was a kid, I was told that I had to be a born-again Christian and that being a born-again Christian was the only way to be a true Christian. I've talked about this in other videos because it fascinates me, the way that evangelicals created unique conversions.
Sounds like a cheerleader. Sounds like he's about to do like a cheer. All stories came from band camp. It's always the same with these types. They're just bloviating their own personal stories. Their affirmation of Christianity when they were children was based on their own personal stories, and now their rejection, counter ministry, is all based on personal stories.
Conversion processes to make people who were largely born like into different Christian denominations like Catholicism or mainline Protestantism, evangelicals wanted to create conversion in such a way that you could, that those people could feel like they had been converted for the first time. But then it's interesting that word born again.
A lot of Christians struggle with the parking lot dilemma.
Again, becomes a category, and it's something that people start to use as like the way to talk about true Christians. And then eventually that gets picked up by, I think it's Gallup. And in the 1980s, Gallup starts to ask people if they identify as born again, and that becomes like a category. And that has real impacts on how we engage with the world. And I was thinking about this kind of...
He's Canadian too. No offense to my Canadian followers here, but I mean, this is what you guys produce. This dude is not bullied enough. Yeah.
Asymmetry. To some extent, I could talk about how those labels are artificial and how they've evolved. And I've kind of done like sociological critiques of this kind of stuff in other videos. But what I was actually thinking about is the asymmetry in knowledge and the asymmetry.
Wow, it's so smart.
Asymmetry in how we look at the world and how we are often primed just by what things are called.
Oh, suckadath.
We're often primed to read the world in a certain way. And
oh, shit, that's really deep. What are you, Cam-Bam?
Specifically, like coming from somebody who studies religion, we're often primed to...
Oh, wow. Is this what? Did you just figure out now that the way in which we perceive the world is filtered through our paradigm? Wow. You know what I learned in all of my studies in sociology? We are raised with specific paradigms in which we view the world through, and that lens interprets the world. And so I figured that out. And so now I thought I'd start a YouTube channel,
especially in the West, to look at the world through through a frame of Christian hegemony or Christian centrality. And we just kind of do it without thinking about it. But once you start to actually pay attention to it, you start to see that it's everywhere. Like if I go into a church that anoints me and rubs like oil on my head, I would just call that anointing or, a Christian practice. But if you did that in another context, somebody might call that magic or like witchcraft or something. If I have a dream or a vision, like this was something that...
Oh my goodness. So are you saying that different practices could relay different meanings to different people the same way different word sounds can do that? Well, suckadass.
Happened quite a bit when I was in more charismatic Christian communities. We'd have dreams, like we'd take them seriously. That was God sending a dream. We consider that a divine revelation. But I remember hearing about indigenous people having dreams and going on like...
Ruh-roh.
Vision quests and things like this. And I thought that was superstition, or at the worst, I'm sorry to say, like I was told by some people that was demonic. And that's certainly the way that a lot of missionaries treated it when they came up against indigenous cultures. And those two...
Do you think disability has an ontology? What do you mean, like being the existence of a disability? Yeah. It has a... Yeah, it's well... No. It's the privation of the ability, but in a sense that you can point to its privation, ostensibly when you look at it, you could perceive it as having ontology. But no, I would think disability would be defined by a privation.
Acts like the act of having vision.
But if you look at someone, like what was that? I almost looked at it today, but I really don't want to get caught up in it because I'll probably, get called for bullying or something. But the Met Gala or whatever, right? The first ever model who's troons and in a wheelchair and can't move, like that's what they got going on. Like that's an example of someone who's deformed and is without the typical form and an operating system a human has. They're still made in God's image, though. But they represent a privation of something, that they're missing certain capacities.
Visions of some sort. The act of having dreams, completely normal human phenomenon. But when you look at...
Are all disabilities a failure of telos? No, because telos, you can still have telos with a disability. A direction and a purpose toward meaning and activity and participation in the sacraments. No, disability would be probably a symptom of the fallen world in the same category as death itself. Sin, decay, rot, withering away from the elements, and so forth. So, no, it wouldn't be a failure of telos, no. It'd be more of a symptom of the...
Look at how people actually ascribe meanings to those dreams. If a Christian says that our...
Super.
Dreams are revelation and indigenous dreams are superstition. That mere act of naming creates a dichotomy between those two things. And even though those two things are identical human behaviors, identical human experiences, I think you could argue the fact that you call them different things creates an artificial distinction between them. And that's what I think is happening all the time.
Well, you've just refuted yourself. This is monism. This is pride parade monism.
When I critique the study of early Christianity, for example, I see the same thing happening all the time, that people will look at the Gospels or Acts or something and call it history or call it like biography or like, and then look at very similar structured texts in antiquity and call it mythology and create artificial distinctions between them. Why is it that when Catholic saints perform miracles, that's considered divine revelation of some sort, but when like voodoo practitioners perform some kind of miracles, that could be considered witchcraft or voodoo? Like it's
because it's given by the paradigm. It's not an inconsistency, you dumb. If a Christian, an Orthodox Christian, looks throughout time and sees different rituals from their perspective, determining one is heretical or demonic, if something else looks fly on the wall like the same thing happening, right? It doesn't put it in the same exact category. In you pretending that it's some sort of inconsistency, it's not. It's because you already figured this out, guy. I can't even listen to this guy. You already figured it out. It's it's through the paradigm. That's what's determining what you're calling demonic or off or missing the mark, or even logic would determine whether or not its metaphysics are incompatible or inconsistent. This guy's it's like he's thinking as if everything's just a set of operations and there's no real reason to make a distinction between the two, because they all look the same. It's like, this is the lowest tier crap ever. Pastor is just another name for an event coordinator? Yeah, pretty much. I can't believe how much that guy's coping too. That guy, Jonathan Shelley, I can't believe he's even posting. He should be silent for like 2 weeks. You know what I mean? That guy should be silent for about 2 weeks straight after that performance. Yeah, exactly. The question from that view would be, is it truly the Christian paradigm or is it some pseudo-Christian? He's just acting like it's all the same. But then again, it's like everybody has a YouTube channel. We got pastor because Prots don't like father. Yeah, call no man father. Call no man father. Dad. Hi, Dad. It's Dad. Not in this house, son. Cam Bam's cooked. Does Orthodoxy praise disability the same as an evangelical? I don't know. Go to Divine Liturgy. Go ask a priest. Cam Bam, you've reached the point. Everybody, we have to do our tradition here at Jortlandia. We're going to do the Maryland doctrine approach. You are now banned from Jortlandia, and your pseudo pursuit of orthodoxy, we're giving you the chance to determine whether or not it's authentic and comes from a place of true pursuit of truth. You don't get to have any of that here. Goodbye. Go to liturgy. You don't get to be here. I can't answer your questions if you're going to ask questions about orthodoxy, but you're not willing to go to orthodoxy and ask from the perspective of the experience. You don't get to be here asking those questions. So, bye. See you after liturgy, Cam Bam. I can't enable people. Yes, they can. Right there.
Fnescope 7363 just found Bob chat. Couldn't
Nice.
imagine giving YouTube a cut of your hard-earned
I
pagan
know.
slaying dollars.
I know. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you. Does help a lot, honestly, Bob chats. Yeah, you have to hear Vagine talk, but it's a good trade-off. It's not a bad trade-off. Yes, good luck, Cam. Go to liturgy. Let us know. You ask all your questions there, right? Your interest in orthodoxy, it can't be found here. You're not going to get it here. The online world is not orthodoxy. It's just signs, signposts, marquees, street signs. It's not the street. Orthodoxy online is not the street itself. It's not the road. It's just some signs. Oh, yeah, but I read all the signs. Were you on the road yet? No, I'm not on the road. I like to sit up on the bluff with binoculars and read the street signs of orthodoxy. Well, not here. No, you can't. I watch, I poop.
I watch, I poop.
I watch, I poop. Tucky? Where's Tucky? Tucky. Feeling a little bit ostracized and insulated. It's probably not a good idea to be stuck in my cabin. I mean, one of my favorite heroes, Ted Kaczynski, that didn't turn out too well. He actually learned a lot, though, about mechanics. He's actually quite the engineer. That's right. That's right. Yep. You don't need orthodoxy to be saved, repent, and believe in the gospel. Where'd you get the gospel from? Why would you trust the gospel without orthodoxy? What's this gospel you speak of? Are you talking about a preserved collection of books without which you wouldn't even know what the gospel was? Is that what you're referring to? I think that's what when you say gospel, that's what you're referring to, right? Is that what it is? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Sure did. He had some accurate descriptions of direction. Similar to like Marx could accurately describe some cycles. Ted Kaczynski as well, but both of them failed because they ultimately are holding to a worldly remedy for ultimately a spiritual problem. They both failed. Jim Bob, can you look at bacteriophages? Yeah, I'll do it right now. Let's get nerdy. Bacteriophages. The deadliest being on Earth. Okay.
A war has been raging for billions of years, killing trillions every single day, while we don't even notice.
Believing the account that God gave us of his son? No, how did you get the account, bro? I didn't ask if you believe it. I asked how you had access to the account. How did you have access to the account? Did it fall off a tree? Were you whispered it? Did you get it at the mall? Did you go to a Lego store and you opened the box at home and there it was? Was it a Build-A-Bible? Did you go to a Build-A-Bible?
Welcome to 7-Eleven.
I'm not going to give them any ideas. Thank you, Vagine. That's essentially what it is, a Build-A-Bible. It's like Build-A-Bear, but...
The war is fought by the single deadliest entity on our planet, the bacteriophage, or phage for short.
I don't know. He just said bacteria. That's all he said. Look into this thing. Is there an actual thing you can link me of bacteriophages in regards to against evolution or for it? I don't know. You just said the word, so I just searched it. Who yo daddy fallacy? Who yo daddy? And by the way, are you saved just by just saying it, right? Like what else are you called to do if you can just declare that you're saved, right? What else do you need? Why are you even here, actually? You don't need to convert anyone else. You heard right now, how did Ray Comfort get it? So now Ray Comfort's your apostle, right? How did Ray Comfort get what he calls the gospel, and how do you trust Ray Comfort's account of the gospel? We see where this is going quite quickly, don't we?
Material of the virus and often sits on a long tail that has leg-like fibers. There are more phages on Earth than every other organism combined, including bacteria. And they are probably everywhere living things exist. Billions are on your hands, in your intestines, and your eyelids right now. Which might make you nervous since phages are responsible for the majority of deaths on Earth. But you're lucky. While they do commit genocide for breakfast, they only kill bacteria. Up to 40% of all bacteria in the oceans are killed by them every single day. But phages also have major flaws. Like any other virus, phages need a host to survive and reproduce. They're not much more than genetic material in a hull, and they specialize. Usually, a phage has chosen one specific...
Is the worst... It is kind of annoying. It makes me have to pee, though. Here. I'm going to play a song for you guys. I got to pee really quick. Media. Is it media? Where is it? Let's get a song. Tony. Says you're going to piss my pants. Let's see. And Real Rascapalian. There we go. Gotta be. 'Speaking of catheters, I'm still planning to do a 12-hour stream one day. Never done it. I feel like you guys would love it. What is that? 10? Yeah. Yeah, like a full day stream, like a real marathon. I think you guys are going to enjoy that. Normalist. Normaler. "24 hours? I don't know if they have that. I think they only have 12-hour max, actually. Is all his fall short still not understanding the problem he's in, or whatever? Jesus saves, but Ray Comfort preaching led me to the cross. Yeah, I know. How would you? Why do you trust Ray Comfort's preaching, bro? Hello? You get the problem you're in, dude? Why are you trusting Ray Comfort? I'm asking you, why are you trusting Ray Comfort? That's the question. Why do you trust Ray Comfort? You heard about the gospel through Ray Comfort. Why are you trusting Ray Comfort's account of the gospel? Where did he get it from? People just grant themselves 2,000 years. They just climb up a ladder, get on the roof, open a book, kick over the ladder, and be like, see? I got this. It just kind of came to me. You're like, you got what? I got it all. I'm on the roof, see? I got this roof. I'm roof maxing. I'm roof maxing right now. Just fell into my lap. Oh, 12-hour max for recording, but not for streaming. Oh, so that would mean if it was 24 hours, it would just be like 12 hours of awesome non-recorded things. It's always this too, right? It's always this. See what I'm saying? Every time, just like the debate yesterday. You don't believe? No. I didn't. The question isn't whether or not other people believe in it. The question is why? Why would you believe Ray Comfort's account of the Bible? You see how you're asking me a question? That's not an answer. That's you've never been asked this. What? That's crazy. Someone who calls himself a Christian is asking me why I believe the Bible? Like, how could you do such a thing? Yeah, I'm asking you. Why do you trust, on what basis do you trust Ray Comfort? It's a fair question, right? On what basis? Huh? Come on. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. No answer. No answer. What do you mean? He has a good accent. He did the thing with the banana. He was like, wow, this banana fits my hand perfectly. And that's why I trust his theology. He was comforted. He was comfortable. I mean, he's good. He's good sales. He's a closer. Ray Comfort could definitely sell me a station wagon. That's for sure. Just felt so good. I just felt so much from Ray. Ray Comfort. I trust God, not Ray Comfort. I know. How did you know about God? Through Ray Comfort. I asked you about how did you know about God, Christ, the gospel. You said Ray Comfort. I said, how did you trust Ray Comfort's account? Because I trust God. Well, God was introduced to you through Ray Comfort. What I'm saying, here, I'll just skip to it instead of the cross-examination. How about that? What I'm saying all falls short is that the Bible itself, the thing that Ray appeals to and gives his own interpretation from, that compilation of books was compiled and preserved for liturgical practice historically. And so there's a true church that precedes Ray Comfort. Now, if you ask Ray Comfort, is he a part of the true church? He'll just say, yeah, I believe in Christ, and that's the true church. Well, no, that's actually not historically who compiled the Bible, people who just declared it, right? So here's my invitation to you, all falls short. If you have a notion toward Christ, which I'm happy to hear that you do, even if it was through Ray Comfort, I'm asking you a hypothetical question. What if the fullness of Christianity and Christ's church exists and you can have access to it, but it's not through Ray Comfort? What if Ray Comfort was an appropriate sign on the road? But you're looking for the road, right? Not Ray Comfort? Well, Christ started a church. All falls short. So the question for you, all falls short, is if you wanted to see what Christ's church was doing with Scripture, and I don't know, the year 450, that far ago, that many years ago, right? Would you want to see what Christian participation in worship looked like in the year 450? Because I'm going to tell you right now that it didn't look like a bunch of lay people who have access to a ubiquitous Bible pool sitting around reading and determining what they think the Bible means, like Ray Comfort does. Ray Comfort would be found nowhere in those centuries. I was at an Orthodox wedding last weekend. In 1 week, I've talked to 4 people interested in Orthodoxy in New Zealand. Nice. Also, several new faces, again, in liturgy. Beautiful. Yeah, pray for New Zealand. You guys have been pretty influenced by progressivism. Bro, I'm saved. Ray was a road sign. Dude, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. The level of pride. You already know you're saved. How do you know what saved means? If the church can err, then the canon can err. If the canon can err, then Scripture, no epistemology. Sola Scriptura relies on the infallible. The church, I mean, that's essentially what came up yesterday. The body is erroneous from their view. That gives you this Scripture, which they go back and forth. Is it fallible or not? Ultimately, when you're pressed, the person who's interpreting it becomes the infallible one. That's what happens. That happened in that debate yesterday. Ray Comfort is the only line of truth. Yeah. Yep. Sounds like a self-declaration, a lot like someone declaring that they're trans. I'm saved is no different than I'm trans. Same epistemology. The Bible says that we can know we're saved, we must be born again. Cool. Why do you trust the Bible? Back to question 1. This is like I feel like I'm in one of those places where you go around a circle. What is this? Am I on a theological carousel chasing you? And you're still on the same little pony? I'm embarrassed. People are taking pictures of me. I'm sitting on this weird horse having a conversation with you. We're just going in a circle. Yeah, why do you trust the Bible? Why don't you trust the Quran? The Quran says stuff too about like that. They make the same claims. Why don't you trust the Quran? Damn Gutenberg. I swear. Have you seen that Kent Hovind is going to debate First Amender on the origin of life on Easy's channel? No, that's awesome. That'll be fun. First Amender is trying to get in on the evolution stuff. I'm going to have to destroy him. Minute left, y'all. 3 left on the goal. Minute left. Get your cookies in the oven. Round and round, round and round, I get around. Loop maxing. Are you thinking of a circle? Are you thinking of a circle? Yeah, I can't waste my time with that. The circle stuff just kills me. It's just like, okay, now I'm the fool. Should I get the crayons out? Here, let me get the crayons out. This will be good, right? All right. You guys ready? Here, this is a little, let's do a little drawing. Okay. Let's do a little bit of drawing here. I'll put this on, 15? There we go. Okay, here we go. All right. Hey, all fall short. Do you know when the Bible, the New Testament, was compiled? Well, Muhammad is dead, so how's he going to get you to heaven? What do you mean? The people who gave you the Bible are dead, too. The question is how you know about. So let me ask you, do you know when the Bible, the New Testament that you have access to through Ray Comfort, do you know when that was compiled? I get around. If you can't trust the Bible, what can you trust? That's not an answer. Hello, Abe Dinkus. If you trust the Bible, then you trust something not the Bible. That's why I'm asking you, do you know who compiled the Bible? The Bible didn't compile the Bible. Are you aware of that? Do you know the Bible tree doesn't exist? If you can't trust the Bible, what can you trust? I don't know. The pillar of truth? Hey, all fall short. Do you know what the pillar of truth is? Do you think the Bible is the pillar of truth? It's a yes or no question, please. All fall short. Direct question. Do you believe that the Bible is the pillar of truth? You can trust Ray Comfort. Yeah. Didn't meet the goal. Son of a... All right, I'll just start another one. I don't end on incomplete goals. I got around, round and round, round and round. Come on. I want an answer, please. Thanks so much. Give me an answer. Is the Bible the pillar of truth? You guys should remember this one, by the way. This is a good one. It's a good one. When I call upon Jesus, can you ask the question, do you believe the Bible is the pillar of truth? Yeah, I believe the Bible. No, I didn't say the truth. I said, do you believe the Bible is the pillar of truth? Please answer, sir. Sir? Sir, I'm going to need an answer on aisle 6. Answer on aisle 6, please. Thank you, sir. All fall short. Please answer aisle 6. Aisle 6. You believe the Bible is the truth? Uh-oh. I thought Christ was the truth. This was from last night. Yeah, it's like a repeat, isn't it? Deja vu. Oh, it doesn't matter. Why am I even wasting my time here? You know what I mean? Why do I do this? Jortlandian war chest. Depends on what pillar. Do you know what a pillar is? A pillar. Do you know what a pillar is? A pillar upholds. It upholds, without which it does not stand. It upholds, without which it does not stand. That's what it means. What the hell do you think a pillar means? Caterpillar? I'm not speaking of a phase of the butterfly here. What's the big point you're trying to make? Well, you believe in the Bible, right? So I was asking you, what do you hold biblically to be the pillar of truth? Is it the Bible? Because if you believe in the Bible, then the pillar of truth is the church. So what church? Where's the church? I told you where the church is. I invited you to go. If you believe the Bible, I'll fall short. If you believe the Bible, and you believe the Bible, and it says that the pillar of truth is the church that Christ started, your question should be, where can I find the church that Christ started? That should be your question if you're seeking truth. Now, if you refuse to seek the truth and seek Christ's true church, then you're actually not you're not following the Bible. And so the only way to find out Christ's true church isn't to simply declare who you think is saved, because that didn't exist in the time of Christ, and nor did it exist in the following centuries. That only existed after the printing press, by the way. So if you're going to find Christ's true church and you think you believe in the Bible, you can actually find where it says that the church is the pillar of truth. And if it's the pillar of truth, it was the pillar of truth before you got the Bible. So what does it look like? Well, I'm telling you. The Orthodox Church is the church. That's the church you're going to find as you go back through history before Gutenberg gave you ubiquitous Bibles in every shelf in every corner of the world. Depends on what you mean by eagle. Eagle hat, invalid. Dark shadow, 10 buckaroos. Jesus, quote, and if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it unto the church. But if he neglect to hear the church, let him be unto thee as a heathen man and a publican. Yes, he established the church authority. And it still exists. And you can go. You can go, man. It's right there for you. It's right there for you. Now, you trust Ray Comfort, but here you are in my chat. For some reason, Ray Comfort's has no church, but you're compelled to follow what he says about the Bible and follow suit. But here you are in my chat, and I'm telling you, go to the true church. It's right there. You're here. Did God lead you here, maybe? I don't know. You're here. The other day I said Jay was a simp for Israel, but I was just joshing around. Sorry if I made some homies upset. P.S. JB, Jay, Andrew have made me a better man. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if people... Well, it's hard to say now. People get really particular about how they think other people should rip apart Israel and talk about it and so forth. But no, Jay has always criticized Israel before it was like a popular thing. He also doesn't do it in like a sort of like, he does it more in an academic, fact-based way, as opposed to like just bringing up photos of giant noses. You know what I mean?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Rhythm. Yeah, rhythm and pews. Come to my church, Rhythm and Pews. Yeah. Just so you guys know, give you guys a reminder to sign up for my app. Bible studies. You sign up for like $39.99 a month, and you get at least one verse sent to you. And what's cool about it is it collects all the data about your day, and it puts it through an AI summary, and it gives you an appropriate verse that applies to your current environment. Haha. Oh, this guy is the worst, dude. Can you stop spamming my chat? Hey, what's a good response to this?
3:15. But if I'm delayed, I write so that you may know how you ought to conduct yourself in the house of God, which is the church of the living God, the pillar and ground of the truth.
Thank you for that. Aromatic writes, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. You didn't even super chat me, and you're spamming the chat. You're banned. Suzanne? Out. 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 Get out of here. What if a man's kid grows up and he's a total douche degenerate but is grown up? Does that disqualify the man? You mean the father? I mean, in a sense, it's not like a blame thing. I think it's more of like we take responsibility and where we can. But ultimately, when someone grows up, they have to walk their path. They have to correct. They have to listen to correction. And if they don't, that's on them. So, there you go. Yeah, $200 from Aromatic or whatever his name is. Unbelievable, man. Just spams the chat like we need to listen to him. Jeez, man. Just like, seriously, talk about the way we do things. Talk about customs and norms. A chat is actually pretty interesting. Like, a chat kind of reflects a mini nation. It's got rules. It's got hierarchy. It's got police force. It's got an authoritarian stand-in office position. It's got decency codes. It's got blasphemy codes. It's got a lot of that stuff. Could even have a uniform if we can afford it. You guys can all have a uniform. A flag. We should make a Jortlandian flag. Ooh. How about a competition? You guys make a Jortlandian flag design competition. You email it to me at madebyjimbob@gmail.com. Again, I'm going to think about what the award is, okay? But you guys submit Jortlandian flag designs, and I'm not sure what the award. I'll talk with Meg Bob about what the award could be. It could be that it's turned itself into something wearable, or maybe it's, a set of books or something you guys want. But I think we should have a Jortlandian flag design competition. So, if you're a designer, if you're into that stuff, get a working. I'll start talking about it throughout the week. See if we can get 10 submissions. That'd be cool. Because then if it is, here's what you can have. In addition to some sort of item, merch item, as the winner, in addition to that, it'll become an emoji. So the Jortlandian flag that you designed will become an emoji. Okay? I'm pumped. Yeah, it could be a Jortlandian fanny pack with the flag on the front. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Or a water bottle, or a mug. A Jortlandian flag mug is pretty cool. Flag is like around the whole thing. That'd be cool. Or pay the $60 shipping if I buy 3 books for $100. Am I poor? Where are you from that it costs $60? Jeez. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Anyway, this will be my last, 140? I'm kind of streaming ending early lately. I don't know why. But I have this goal. This might be my last goal. 20 minutes? 9? How long do we have for the flag assignment? I would say about a week or so, week and a half tops. I know it takes a while to design things, so, I'll give you guys time. You got fans in Siberia? Nice. Yeah, cool. You need a shield and a crest? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's got to be it's kind of like serious, but it's whimsical. It's kind of like, it's awesome, but also like another country could easily wipe us out. You know what I mean? It's like both. You know what I mean? A jacket of legs, and don't make it denim. Don't go overboard like with the George stuff. We want it a respectable image. We don't want it to totally take the piss. What the hell was that? Dude is coding in my chat. Will I draw out the final image? No, you have to make it. I'm not doing the work for you. Nice try, Snagglebeast. You could work with someone though, Snagglebeast. You know, if you have an image in your head, but you feel like you can't draw or make it happen, you can work with somebody. But, you know, a denim shirt with a flag on jorts. It should be just Opie's visage. That's funny. Just Opie. Serious, whimsical, respectful. Yeah, see, it's hard. It's difficult. Just hoist up a pair of jorts on a flag, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I think it's fun. I think it's a fun competition idea. I think it's a treat. Criminal case numbers? Oh, sorry. I won't look that up then. The lore of Jortlandia? Well, I wear cutoff, which is funny because jorts are not cutoffs. Jorts are actually jeans shorts that are made that way. They're hemmed that way. They come out of the factory that way. I don't ever wear those. That's what's kind of funny is I wear cutoffs. I buy pants. I never buy shorts. You make shorts, you buy new pants. Make sense? And so I've always done that. And so people made fun of me for wearing jorts. So historically, people made fun of me for wearing these cutoff jorts. You know? How much to get you actually to fly the flag outside? Well, that kind of makes me wonder if maybe the thing that you win is you actually get a flag sent to you. Can you imagine? You know? Maybe I would do that. Maybe I'd put it behind my my streaming situation here. That'd be cool. I want a cutoff though, like cutoff t-shirt that the flag just covers the whole thing, like vertically, would be sick. You know? I'm pumped. I can't stop thinking about it. Wrap my vehicle, it would be sick too. Be sick. Or a flag, like take the eagle, you know, this whole section could be the flag, cover the whole thing. And that could be a hat. And then you guys can get Jortlandian hats. You know? It is actually. Cutoff though, not jorts. People are very confused about jorts. Never jorts. Never. Ugh. They're all like, there's no fray. There's no life to them. No. Those boomer jorts? No. Never. No. Yeah. Masculinity. Maxing. It's too bad all the hipsters took it. What did they take? They took the mustache. And then the gays took the mustache. And then suspenders. They took suspenders. That was cool. Like, that was masculine. Suspenders. And then they were like, no, that's hipster. Now you're like a tree-hugging hipster from Portland. They took so many things. Cut-off shorts are one of those things. Homesteading. They made that hipster and gay. There's actually a new trend, homo-steading, right now. Not even joking. Not even joking. They're like, hey, it's me and Ralph. Ralph, we got some new eggs this morning. You're like, ugh. You guys infect everything, don't you? Everything. You guys make gazebos gay somehow. Gazebos. Oh, let's make that gay. Let's make an ice cream gay. We'll make that gay. We'll make a hamburger gay. Made hockey gay. That was actually a huge accomplishment for us. I mean, how long did it take, Ralphie? How long did it take to make hockey completely gay? It was like 10, 15 years. Got that? I swear they have like a gay scoreboard somewhere. They all share it. There's a password to get in. It's like every aspect of society. They're like, did we do it? Did we do it? A throw blanket would be cool with the flag. Yeah, that would be cool for picnics. And I like the colors. And it's kind of funny. I like yellow, blue, and pink. I almost bought a shirt. I'm a sucker for Instagram. It was a long sleeve, non-hooded sort of sweatshirty thing, like a shirt. And it was pink, but it said OG style Capcom, the video game, in yellow letters with blue outline. And I was like, I was this close. And I was like, those are the colors. See, they took pink too. Pink was a masculine color. I still hold to that. Pink is a masculine color. It was, for the most part, a masculine, and then only recently you were like, oh, pink. Jort slippers, the flag over the feet at the top. I could see that. Chaw 5 Buckaroos. When they released a show about hockey focusing on gay relationship, it got better ratings than the NHL. Ugh, must have been brutal for hockey fans. Yeah. It's funny, that's actually in one of my books. One of my Savage Memes books has like I forget what the joke was, but it was like, look, they're about to fight or something like this. There's like two masculine dudes with beers and they're like, dude, fight. And then they look closer and it's just the two hockey players are about to kiss each other. And then they're all like, what happened? I think I might get that shirt though. It's really cool. Pink was never a masculine. All right, let's look it up. If you think you're so smart. Yes, pink was considered a boy's color in the early 20th century, often seen as a stronger, more decisive shade related to red. Conversely, blue was considered a more delicate and dainty, making it appropriate for girls. This trend shifted in the 40s. I mean, who knows? That could be standpoint theory talking. You can't be too sure these days. You can't be too sure about any of it. What can I say? I want a pink cutoff shirt. That's a Capcom logo on it. I like that. I don't care. I don't need to apologize to you. I don't need to prove myself to you people. Bunch of peasants. What do I care? You got nothing on me. You do have something on me, though. You have 7 more on this goal. 10 minutes left. Pink salmon goes hard with a suit. Yeah, pink suit shirt. Pink, not fully pink, but like pink accented ties. Not bad. Not bad. What do you mean, you people? You know who you are. Yeah, it did. That's why I think I need it. It's like a callback to my childhood. Pretty sure I need it. Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Chad Pink. That's exactly it. There's an actual Chad Pink. Where can you listen to Tony's music? You can buy Tony's music at Colossal Squid Records. It's on Bandcamp. You can search Hello Listener. His album's name is Normaler. He's not normal at all, dude. That guy is not normal. Okay. Speaking of not normal, 8 minutes, 7 more to go, y'all. What do you think? Is there anything else to do today? Should I keep going? It's 150 for me. Usually I go to like 3, but I don't know if it was like I don't know if it's trying to, like, am I recovering from that horrific slaughter debate last night? Or what? I don't know. Bow tie, pink shirt, boater hat. That's the Presbyterian look, yeah. That's true. Pink socks, yeah, I like pink socks. Yep. Chad Pink sounds like the gay dude. Chad Pink. You guys want to see it? I'll show you the shirt. I'll show you. Pink Capcom shirt. That's not it. Long sleeve. See if I can find it. Dreaming of eternal Bibles. I was horrified, man. That's why I believe in, like, physically excommunicating people. Like, yes, a view on Christianity can be so perverse that it warrants physical separation. I don't know why that seems absurd to people today, other than they're referencing, like, individual rights and plurality and Enlightenment principles. Like, that's actually true of your own household. There could be a view parents could hold that their children may hold that would warrant your own children not going to their house and them not coming to your house. So it's like, okay, well, your house is a little country. I can't find it. I can't actually find the shirt. That's crazy. It was on Instagram. I'm a sucker for Instagram. Go Gadget. 6 minutes, 7 to go, y'all. Apparently you don't want me to leave because you know I'll start a new goal. I see the manipulation. I can only leave my stream when we have a finished goal. Otherwise it gnaws at me. I can't take it. So bring back banishment, yeah. You guys gonna do this to me? You guys gonna force me to stay here? Huh, fine. Start a new goal. Bowling shorts are cool. I almost bought a bowling shirt as well. I used to want to wear bowling shoes. I thought bowling shoes were pretty cool. 6-7. Devin! You just started working? Well, you're going to have to pay to stay. Look, this is a pay-to-play game. This is biblical slavery. I can't. I actually missed a final three-pointer at the championship sectional game. You guys know sectionals? Championship, we were undefeated. My buddy hit a three-pointer to tie it to go to overtime. And we were down by 3, and he wasn't open the second time, so he got it to me. And I just barely missed it, and we lost by 3. That would have tied it. That haunted me for years. Haunted me for years. It was pathetic. It was sad, actually. Like after I graduated high school, and that was my senior year too. That was the last chance. And I would go to, like, basketball courts and recreate. This is funny. I would recreate the event in my head in the same position on the court until I just kept hitting it over and over again. Like, that's how horrified I was. People are like, "What is he doing? What is he doing?" Stuff affects you, man. It's a bummer. This is a super bummer, man. That sucked. I remember everything. I remember all of it. I remember looking at, like, the fans, and I remember seeing my dad's face, and I was just like, oh, failure. And now that's what I hear now. Every day. Failure. failure, Jim Bob. You're just an almost there. You're just a barely almost there, not quite. That's what you are. That's what you are, Jim Bob. Just like your goals. Just didn't make it, did you? You just didn't make it. You're just an almost there. You're just a barely almost there. Not, that's what you are. Stop it! That's what you are, Jim Bob. Just like your goals. I'm not. Just didn't make it. Mommy! You just didn't make it. You're just an almost there. You're just a barely almost there. I'm a success. That's what you are. That's what you are, Jim Bob. Just like your goals. Don't talk about my goals. Just didn't make it. 3 out of 10. Just didn't make it. You're just an almost there. You're just a barely almost there. I hate you. That's what you are. I hate you. That's what you are, Jim Bob. Just like your goals. Just didn't make it, did you? You just didn't make it. You're just an... So that's like a basic day for me. So... Well, not with... I feel like you're watching Tony, I know. I know that. I totally felt that, actually. I actually felt that. Oh, look at... Dude. Wow. Jason's like, I will not. Jason does not leave fellow soldiers laying on the ground. He does not, no matter what the whispers tell him, he will not let his fellow mate die in the street. Never. Never. Jason will never. Jason hit the 3-pointer for me. If only Super Chats made that voice go away. That would be a business. Tired of the voices that tell you you're a failure every day?
Why do atheists refuse to admit their worldview can't account for transcendental categories? Once you understand that concept, it's hard to unsee. Doesn't that get frustrating at times?
Yeah, the thing is they think they don't need to. They just say it just is. Ad hoc. They just say it just is. Thank you for meeting the goal. Shout out to Jason. Very generous donor. Really appreciate that. They just say it is. They just say, oh, it just is. What do you mean? I don't need that. And you know what we say? We say God just exists. I don't need to justify it. And they're like, okay, debate over. We need to bring back shame. Absolutely. People have no shame in believing heresies and blasphemy. It's nauseating. They praise God. Yeah. Shame is an impressive tool. And it's not condemnation. It's not like soteriological, like a declaration. It's of where they're going to be. It's more like, that's false. That's embarrassingly false. Stop. You could go back in time and miss it again. There's going to be an app that's like, there's going to be an app that uses Oculus, and it's going to be basically at the point where AI and ChatGPT can, like to a high standard, create a virtual environment that's shaped by a past event, where you get to relive it and sort of like fix it or change it or whatever. Or maybe people relive their own suffering. Like some freaks are going to do that on purpose. Like reliving humility. They're going to keep they're going to be like addicted to that. It's an awful thought, but it seems inevitable with the technology. I need a third coffee. It's probably going to happen. And they'll be able to build it quicker. The more you document of your life, the more it'll be able to construct something that happened. So like you can revisit last Tuesday with a mere collection of photographs and some videos or something, and texts and whatever else, and it'll just be like, hey, you're like Claudia, I want to relive Tuesday breakfast, 10 a.m. Like Trump could put on the Oculus and relive him not pooping his pants. I need 6 million coffees. I drink a lot of coffee. About 3 or 4 double espresso shots, Americanos. This thing is used. This Ortho Thugs mug. So that's like a basic day for me. That whole thing recorded. That was hilarious. That whole thing looped. Biden, they all poop their pants now. All of them. I think presidents are way too old. They should be like, what is it, 25? You have to be 25? Should make it 35. Well, no, hold on a second. 55. 55? Is that too little, young? 25 to 60. How about that? 25 to 60. No older. Nothing older. Redo the chili contest. I think he did. I think he pooped his pants. I think that happened. Heaven Max says that's just a normal day for him. Normal Tuesday. 35 to 55. Yeah. Because if you get a second term, you age a lot. And so by the time you're, 58, 59, you're like already kind of like 70 kind of. So all caps guy here. Check your email for a flag. Did I already get a submission? You guys, is this happening? Are we doing this? This is my dream come true. You kidding me? We already got a Jortlandia flag? I don't see it. It's not there. I see nothing. I see no email. Send it to the wrong place? I don't see it. I don't see no flag. Is it from a spam, maybe? Maybe it's spam. Newsletter. Nope. That's not it. You have to send it again. Made by Jimbob at Gmail. Made by Jimbob at Gmail. I think you may have sent it. 25 is too low, you think? It's 35 now? Okay, 35. Yeah, 35 to 60. And if you poop your pants once, you're out. You're out. It's over. It's just a bunch of pew-pews? Yeah, exactly. So just a picture of me holding a pew-pew and then my stream goes down. You guys keep sending them, okay? We'll do a whole reveal. I don't want to do one at a time. I want a whole collection. And when I get like 4 or 5 Jortlandia flag ideas, I'll bring them up during the stream. Because you need references. You need to put them all up together. You know what I mean? Made by Jimbob at Gmail. Poop my pants in my 20s. I've almost pooped my pants so many times. So many times. Horrifying. It really is one of the worst thoughts that I have and experiences when that. It's like it causes like panic and anxiety. No matter where I am, the first thing I'm looking for isn't like an aggressor with like a pew-pew. It's actually where's the bathroom. I need to know where location, distance. I'm tracking who's in there, who's going in there, how many people are going in there at a time. People are like, are you paying attention to what I'm saying, Jim Bob? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. No, I heard you. 5, 6, okay. No, I totally heard you. I'm fine. Edward Fezer? I don't know who that is. Thomism? I don't take any of that seriously. I don't do that, as Tony would say. I don't do that. I don't do that. I would never. I actually did a poll. $1 million? No. No India. $2 million? No. I just wouldn't go to India. I just wouldn't go. Okay? It's not worth it. You'd think like, well, think about it, JB. $2 million, you go to India for like, it has to be like for like, it's not like a week. It's like you're on a trip. We're talking $1 million, 3 weeks. I wouldn't do it. I feel like what would happen, there'd be some sort of Faustian deal where you get the $1 million, but you get really sick. And then like, you have to spend a lot of the money ongoingly for your sickness, and it becomes like the fund for the sickness that you got for going to India. That's what would happen to me. That's exactly what would happen. You don't think Aristotle metaphysics are foundational? I mean, yeah, you can utilize the tools, but it's all meaningless if you don't practice Christianity and you don't participate in the sacraments. It's all just masturbation with your brain. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, you can figure out all this stuff and get highly into it and figure it all out. But like, if you don't make it to liturgy, it's like, for what then? What are we doing here? I don't have a, well, it's like a teal. It's like a turquoisey teal. It's hard to, it's like this. It's close to that right there, actually, on the screen. Behind your name. Not quite. It's not quite there, but it's almost that. The only way I'm going to India is to conquer it for Christ. It looks so gross there. It looks just so gross. That's what Thomism is? Yeah, I don't care. That's what I'm saying. I don't care. What does it matter? What are you saying? Got the right email? Yeah, I'm going to save them, you guys. I'll save them. I'm going to collect them, all the flags. Oh, yeah, I forgot you guys could use AI. That's how quick. That's funny. I'm not going to show them yet, though. You guys have to earn the giggle that I just gave. What the hell are those other things, though? I see what the what would be the stars. I see what those are, but those little dongles. What are those little dongles? Oh, are they lobsters? No. I'll have to do a zoom in. That's funny, man. Going to get out of here before it wears off and you think you're pretending to track me. Wait, who are you? Track you? Where do I find these people? Where do these people come from? Come on. No. I'm going to collect them. I need 5. I need a good 5 so you guys can see them all and we can go through them and go back and forth and be like, look at this one. No AI slop, have some respect. Yeah. I don't particularly like a quick AI because that's not good. You know what it is? It's I want a design that could be formatted for like a shirt. So if it's just AI slop, you're just putting a photograph on a shirt. So, you know, you have a start there, but that's going to get disqualified if it's just a photograph. So it's not going to work. Paranoid guy alert. He's watching me. I'm following you. I know where you are. I know where you are. I know where you are. I'm following you. Who's live? Who's alive? I need a coffee. I need a sandwich. I need to draw a picture. I need to play music. I'm learning a song, you guys. What is it called? It's called Black Car. You were a photograph I was again. Something like that. It's a pretty catchy tune. It's a little flowery, a little bit flowery, but that's kind of me. You know, I'm not like hardcore rapper. I'm not like death metal. You know. I mean, I'm gonna get a pink shirt. I mean, who are we kidding? Do you use certain font in Savage Means? It's my own font. I made my own typeface. It's called Made by Jim Bob. I made my own typeface. Starting to sound like Jesse Ventura. Is that guy still alive? What do you think of the proposition that Protestants are fundamentally Gnostics? Actually, I think I've heard someone say that, but that would require, even for me, some sort of extrapolation. How? You mean in the sense that they're going to reject the at some point like some weird Christology, or is it like in pursuit of like that they're going to escape something, like they're escaping their body or something? Like maybe has someone laid that out? If someone put that out in a video, I would watch it and review it on a stream. Let's hear some pig squeals. That's all I got. Doing late taxes, then ended up chatting with an AI help bot trying to justify taxes, and it just gave me socialist, utilitarian, social contract, justice for all, equal fairness garbage. Yeah, taxes are rough. You know the worst part about taxes, if you are someone who's blessed enough to pay them, is you just can't conceive of where it's going. And that just is your fundamental reality up to that point is that you actually see where things go directly. There's like a one-to-one exchange where you're like, I pay this, you give me the steak. Okay? I give you this, you give me that. And then suddenly taxes come and it's like, hey, Send us all of that. And you're like, where's the thing though? What's the thing what am I getting? Sorry, I can't respond right now until next year. See you later. Wouldn't know what a pig squeal. I do. I just heard it in my head, but I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't actualize the pig, but it was in my head. I definitely had it in my head. So, like, it's not true. Okay, we got 2 flag prototypes. Nice, nice. That's good. How do you do a pig sound? No, that's a pterodactyl. The flag should just be jorts flying in the wind. Oink, oink. No, they have a squeal. Squeal's hard. Deliverance vibes? Well, I love bluegrass. There was a song. I already forgot it. Inhale and re. Must be whimsical and respectable. Yeah. That's the... I don't know where else you be. Can't be here, not here with me. You gotta find somewhere else to be, but I can't be here. You gotta find some place to go, but I can't be here. That's right, y'all. But you can't stay here. Well, everybody, it's that time again. I really appreciate everybody who came, and everybody who paid their taxes this day, and anyone else who supported in any other way. I really appreciate it. Well, there ain't many choices out there to send you on your way, but I did find one place that you might not particularly like, but you still have fun, won't you? Well, and that's all up to you. Like they say, if you're bored, you're probably the boring one. Tony, are you gonna go live? It was either Tony or Tim Pool, and I think that's an easy choice. I feel like that's an easy choice to make. Mama me, mama me, mama mow, mama me, mama mow. Mama me, mama me, mama mow, mama me, mama mow, mama mow, mama me, mama mow. Ba doo ba bow, yep, scooby dee be dee down, skibby dee down. Well, now we're waiting for big old Tony. Round on, got a home alone. He's gonna go live now. He's gonna go live soon. Get around, gonna eat some spoon. Little Tony gonna get home. Gonna get some place to go. Girl, can't stay here. Well, I'm waiting around for toner start some shift, so I can send you over there and get some clips. He gon' get you going with some music. Only some music. Where is he? I'm always waiting for Tony to start his stream so I can go get some ice cream myself and you. Woo-hoo. Let's go, Tony, get your ass up, get yourself in, get you in your chair, get you streaming on there. Waiting around, got a whole town here, waiting for you to start today, all starting anew. We're gonna wait around town for Tony to go. It's taking too long for me, you know I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. Waiting for my friend, hungry, I'm at my end, waiting for him to start so I can part. I'm always waiting for my friend. I'm waiting so I can end. I need coffee and I need a sandwich. I'm always waiting. I'm always waiting. Waiting. I'm always waiting. I can't eat a podcast. I can't eat a microphone. I can't eat music. I can't eat phones. I'm waiting. I'm always waiting. Waiting. Waiting for my friend. I'm waiting so I can end. I've been waiting. waiting for my friend. I still don't see him. I don't see him. I don't see him. I still don't see him. There he is. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to skip the outro because, you know, the outro is, you know what? Never mind.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven mitt. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it.
I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven mitt. Guess another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it.
I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.